Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to work with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, let's turn to item number 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Let's begin with correction of votes and proceedings. We begin with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5, page 6, page number 7, page 8, yes, honorable member for Achoma Mwabieja South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 8, number 16, I know
Page
8. Page 8.
Page 8, number
16. We don't have members absent with permission. There is a name recorded at page number 16, who I know is absent with permission, but is here recorded as is absent. Page 7. Then I think it's absent with permission, but it's recorded here as absent.
Are you aware that she is absent with permission?
I'm very much aware, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Table, let's check
Number 16.
and make the appropriate corrections. So we turn to page 9. Page 10. Page number 11. Page 12. Page, are you up on your feet? Page 13. Page 14. Page number 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page number 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page number 30. And finally, page, yes, Honorable Member for Adaku.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I just want to be sure I've not got a wrong vote and proceedings. On page 6, mine says 210 people were present yesterday. No. But I thought we were struggling to get even quorum yesterday, so I just want to be sure that that is the what is captured. Maybe mine is wrong.
Well, it means people just came in, registered, and left.
Ah, okay.
So that could be the only reason. I don't have any reason to challenge the records.
We take it like that.
It could only mean that people came in, registered, and left. So finally, we turn to page 31. Page 31. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 19th sitting held yesterday, Tuesday, the 28th June 2022, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, we have the official report of June 1, 2022, 1st June 2022, official report Honorable members, I repeat, we have 1st June 2022 official report. June 2022 official report. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 1st June 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Are we moving to item number 5? Very well, leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we can do number 5 questions. The minister is available.
Very well. So item number 5. Let me invite you to page 3 of today's order paper. The Minister for Youth and Sports has taken his rightful seat. So let me invite Honorable Member for Nkoko, Honorable Joseph Frimpong, to usher us into the question time. So, Honorable, the Minister is available. You may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports when the construction of the Goko Sports Stadium will be completed. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to reiterate government policy on sporting infrastructure, the AstroTurf pitches are one of the alternative ways of providing standard football pitches in selected communities in Ghana. The ministry has initiated one constituency, one AstroTurf policy in order to ensure that every constituency in Ghana is provided with a modern pitches, and Nkoko constituency will certainly be considered. The ministry is seriously pursuing this agenda to promote decent sporting activities in the country to unearth talent for international competition. Short cutting for Nkoko Sports Stadium was done on the Friday, 18 September 2020 by my former minister, Honorable Isaac Esiama, and work commenced but had to be paused for architectural review on some section of the stadium. Example, the seating capacity, the athletic oval, dressing rooms. Currently, the architectural review has been completed, and it's expected that the contractor will move to site in the shortest possible time for the work to continue. The facility will be 8,000-seater FIFA standard football stadium with multi-purpose court for more than 16 sporting disciplines, tennis court, gymnasium, the World Athletic track, standard track, hostel facilities, restaurants, etc. The estimated cost of the project is 27 million Ghana cedis. The project will be in 2 phases, with the first phase costing 14 million Ghana cedis and the second phase costing 13 million Ghana cedis. Funding of the project, Mr. Speaker, is from the Middle Belt Development Authority. The sports complex to be constructed in 2 phases is expected to be completed within 2 years period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Nkoko, do you have any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister for Youth and Sports assure this House and the good people of Ngoko that the sports stadium can be completed in the 2 years as scheduled? Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House is a house of record, and I've indicated that the institution responsible currently to construct this sports stadium is the Middle Belt Development Authority. It's not the Ministry of Youth and Sports. I can facilitate and work with the Middle Belt Development Authority to get the job, the project completed. But I can't assure because I don't have direct mandate on this. Thank you.
Yes,
Honorable
member. Honorable Paul, let's hear you. Your
Mr. Speaker, I'm done with the question. Thank you.
Honorable members, I'm looking at the question. The question is constituency specific. I may only allow the leader to. No, I'm not allowing it. Oh, for United, let him hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's response, he made mention that it is the policy of this government to construct one constituency, one astroturf. As a result, I would like to know from the minister, how many astroturfs have you commenced and how many are completed, and can you mention them to me? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently about 90 astroturfs have been completed in the entire country, 90. And it is important to note that before the assumption of His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we have only 2 astroturfs in the country, but now 90.
Yeah, Leader, do you still want to?
Mr. Speaker, I do so with your indulgence as a strong supporter of Kwewu United in the Nkoko district and to support the Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the Minister in his answer indicated that the sword cutting ceremony was done on 18 September 2020, but the Minister, he succeeded. Further to his answer, Mr. Speaker, the Minister has said that phases of 2, that the project will be in 2 phases, 14 million and 13 million Ghana cedis, respectively. Mr. Speaker, the Minister says that this will be done by the Middle Belt Development Authority. Mr. Speaker, I just want to find out whether in the budget of Middle Development Authority, this 13 million for the first phase, was allocated and approved by this August House for that purpose. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Middle Belt Development Authority received, as part of government policy, the $1 million one constituency policy, and it is that fund that is going to be used to fund this project. So it was, to answer the leader's question, it was budgeted and approved by this House. Thank you.
Leader, this is just a supplementary question. Just allow the Minister for me.
Mr. Speaker, this will be my last. But you see, the Minister, Mr. Speaker, you know you are a Member of Parliament for Formina. The Minister is saying that there's $1 million, one constituency, including Formina, Mr. Speaker. I just want to find out from him whether that policy is still alive.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the able leader, he is not the minister responsible for the $1 million per constituency. For that matter, he's not in the position to answer such questions. With respect.
Honorable Member, this is constituency specific question. So this is for only in Koko area. I just allow Honorable Jifa, please. I just allow leader because he's a leader. So let's now turn to question 9A3. Question 9A3. And the question stands in the name of a member for Suhum. Honorable Kuja Santi. Is he still not around? Honorable member for Suhum. So we may have to skip that question because he has not assigned anybody to ask that question on his behalf.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honorable member for Otafu will ask the question on behalf of the honorable member.
Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports when the Suhum AstroTurf, which was to be built by GMPC, will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the contract for the construction of the AstroTurf in Suhum was awarded to Achimansa Service Limited on 8 September 2018. It is being sponsored by the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation Foundation and is expected to be completed by the end of 2022. The contractor is currently on site and he has been paid 70% of the contract sum, and the rest will be paid upon completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We move to question 1098. Question 1098. A member for South Die. Honorable Roxanne Nelson Eche Kwame Dafiamapo. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I'll ask the question on behalf of my colleague.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah. Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports when South Dai will benefit from the government AstroTurf program to enhance the development of sports, especially football.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my appearance before this August House on Tuesday, 8th March 2022, I emphasized that on government policy, government is committed to refocusing on the development of sports rather than sports promotion. Thus, in this policy, government intends to provide all the necessary sports infrastructure and facilities for every community across the country. And at the initial investment, government plans to provide at least one AstroTurf in every constituency of our country. I would like to assure the honourable member that as and when resources are made available by the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, his constituency and the good people of South Dai will be provided with an AstroTurf. Thank you.
When Honorable Member for Otafu asked the question for and on behalf of, he didn't answer any supplementary question. So, okay, I'll give you one slot. One supplementary question.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. A few minutes ago, our colleague, my very good friend, answered a question posed by the minority leader and said that government has already approved $1 million per constituency from which these AstroTurfs are being constructed. So, but then in his answer, he said if finance minister makes money available. Mr. Speaker, we are even paying e-levy already. So, when is money going to be made available? Can you tell us? The people of South, I want to know at least a time frame, or within 1 year, within 2 years. At least he should give us an indication.
Minister, time frame.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The $1 million I mentioned wasn't specific to the Ministry of Youth and Sports. It is allocated to the development authorities, and they do work with the district assemblies and the member of parliament. So you decide your priority project. So in the case of the question I answered earlier, they decided to use their portion of the money to do an AstroTurf. So if South decide to do any other thing, that is not to say that there is no any allocation made. So I just want to make that clear. But I want to assure you that government is committed to ensure that every constituency in Ghana gets their share of an AstroTurf. And as and when the Ministry of Finance make money available to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, you can be sure that your constituency and the good people of Southda will get their share of the AstroTurf. Thank you.
We move to question 1124. Question 1124. And the question stands in the name of a member for Okaikwe South. Okaikwe South. Honorable Dakwa Newman. Honorable, let's hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports, when the Azuma Nelson Sports Complex, now a youth resource center of excellence, will be completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Azuma Nelson Sports Complex, the Youth Resource Center, is part of the 10 youth resource centers that are being developed across the former 10 regions for the benefit of the youth. There are even plans aimed at providing similar facilities in the 6 newly created regions. These projects are being financed by the 5% District Assembly Common Fund allocated to the National Youth Authority. The contract was initiated in 2017, and it was expected to be completed in less than 1 year. Subsequently, there were contract variations, and the construction stalled due to financial constraint. Again, I must say that as and when the funds are made available, the contractor will move to site to complete the project. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Dakwa, any supplementary question?
I would just like to add that, Mr. Speaker, the Azuma Nelson Sports Complex in Okaikwe South constituency has been the main sports center for the youth and for the people in the constituency. I'd like to plead with the minister that once funds are available, they prioritize that project. It's been there since 2017. It's been closed. There are a lot of young people in Kaneshi. That was the only place they were using to train, to work out. And so I plead with him to prioritize it and ensure that it's done for them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, well noted, and I can assure my honorable colleague that once funds are made available, we will speed up the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to question 1125. Question 1125. And the question is in the name of a member for Old Tafo, Honorable Vincent Ekwao Asafua. Yes, Honorable, let's hear you.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, go back to your seat. Go and ask the question from your seat. Do that for me. Yes, Honorable Vincent, as of well, let's hear you. Now, your question will be recorded in your name.
Most grateful.
So let's hear you.
I'm guided. I rise to ask the Ministers of Sports, Youth and Sports, the progress of the construction of the University of Ghana Sports Stadium for the 2023 African Games.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the work on the University of Ghana Sports Stadium is progressing steadily. Our last site meeting indicates significant progress in all the components of the project, especially those facilities that are needed to be constructed for the 2023 African Games. Mr. Speaker, the government has shown its commitment by paying the certificate that has been raised so far, and I'm confident that by February 2023, targets for completing of the project will be met. The project needs to be completed 6 months before the Games in order to allow testing and validation. Mr. Speaker, with the innovative strategy adopted by the contractor and the strict monitoring by my office, I believe the project timelines will be met. Thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable Asafo, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a bit of a clarification. The Honorable Minister and the local organizing committee visited the site, and I had the occasion to listen to the Honorable Minister, who initially said that the completion date is going to be in December this year. So how is the Minister reconciling the date that he gave when he visited the site and what he is giving to us now?
Yes, Honorable Minister, let's.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is right. Per the contract signed and approved by this August House, the contractor was supposed to complete the project by December, but the contractor, through the consultant, applied for extension till February. So that's why I've indicated, and this is House of Records, indicated that once the extension has been requested and has been approved by the ministry, the contract, the project will duly be completed by February 2023, and it will still be good time for us to prepare and test the facilities and host the African Games. Thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable, your last supplementary question.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Considering the variation of the time, especially when the initial time that was given was in December, and you gave the assurance to the House that by December the stadium will be completed for sightseeing and validation or what have you. Now you are saying that the contractor varied the time or the completion time to February. I would want to know, how are you assuring this House that in February 2023, the stadium will be completed for sightseeing and validation for us to have ample time to be able to prepare adequately for the African Games?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The African Games will be taking place in August 2023. The facilities will require to go through testing. The maximum testing period is 6 months, and you can in some jurisdictions you can even do 3 months. But the maximum months that are needed to do the testing is 3 months, and that is why the contractor applied for extension. We approved and gave the contractor 2 months additional time to complete. So I can assure the honourable member that we will have enough time to do the validations and also test all the facilities before the Games. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Ayumi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
In the minister's answer, he indicated a commitment of government to paying the certificates that have been raised so far. But we are aware there's a delay. Is the minister able to tell the August House the commitment he received maybe from the Minister for Finance has some timeline to sort of indicate when this will be done to enable the continuation of the work so that the February targets can be met?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all the certificates that the contractor have raised have been paid. But currently, there is a huge, a big challenge with the financing institution, with the subsequent certificate that the contractor may be issuing. And government, the Ministry of Finance is working to ensure that those challenges are addressed. So I can assure you that the contractors are on site and they are working and the project is progressing steadily. Thank you.
Yes. We now move to question 1126. Question 1126. And the question stands in the name of a member for Amenfi East. Amenfi East. Honorable Nicholas Amankwa. Yes, Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports when the construction of an astroturf at Wasekropong will be completed. Thank you.
Yes, Minister. So many astroturf demands, eh?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to inform my brother, the honorable member for Amenfi East, that the astroturf at Wasekropong, being sponsored by the Coastal Development Authority, is completed, and it is in use for the official commissioning ceremony. Thank you.
Yes, supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable. Indeed, my question took precedence of the completion of the work. Honorable Minister, are you aware the contract made no provision for technical area, provision for such in the contract?
Honorable, may you come again? We didn't get the question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I would like to know from you if you are aware that the contract made no provision for technical area. That's where the bench of both teams will sit. There's no provision of such. I would like to know from you if you are aware of that.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware.
Yes, Honorable Member, the Minister is not aware.
It's not there. So what do we do about it?
Honorable Minister.
Honorable, let me hear you. Let me hear your last supplementary question.
No, it cannot be last. You ask.
Honorable Minister, please, I'm telling you it's not there. So what are you please doing about it?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now that I've been made aware about it, I'll consult the Middle Belt Development Authority, which is the agency responsible for funding this project, to see what we can do to add those facilities that are required to make it very functional and useful to the youth of our country. Thank you.
Is Amenfi is under Middle Belt or Southern Belt? Southern Belt. Is Amenfi, is it not Western region?
Please, Western region.
Are you not under Southern Belt?
Coastal.
Coastal Belt, yes. Okay. Very well. Very well. So
Coastal.
we now turn to very well.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's left with my final question.
Okay, let me give you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further question, but only to thank the Minister for the intervention, and also to thank the good people of my constituency for the effort made to extend the inner perimeter for the goalpost. Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Jifa, this is a constituency specific.
Just clarification. No.
Your constituency is no near Amelfi.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted some small clarification because of the answer.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the question on 982, the Honourable Minister mentioned that the project had undergone architectural review for the first question, and listening to the second question by Amefi East, it means that even though he admits in this room that we have there's a policy to do it in every constituency, there's not a specific design for all the areas. So does that mean that by the time you get to Katu South, I have to present my old design and drawings? One size doesn't fit all. What is the situation? I'm getting confused with the answers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member should not be confused at all. There is difference between an AstroTurf and a stadium. In the other question, it was a stadium, and I said that's 8,000 seating capacity if you read the answer. An AstroTurf normally just a fence wall with benches, so there are different specifications and scope. Depending upon the assessment made by the technical people from the ministry and the National Sports Authority, then we'll decide. And also depending upon the funds availability, then we decide whether we are doing an AstroTurf or a stadium or a youth resource center. So there are different categories. Thank you.
We now move to question 1208.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just asking this question to assist in our governance architecture. Mr. Speaker, the minister is here and I could see him struggling to answer the various questions. And I want to know from him. We are talking of AstroTurf, stadium, and I don't know whether there's a third one which will be football pitch. But I heard him saying coastal development bed, middle development bed, and you were asking which of the belt the honourable member. Then GMPC, then Zongo development, then Ghana Gap. Mr. Speaker, I think as a country, will the minister consider or put it before cabinet that we find a way in bringing all those AstroTurf, football pitch, that coastal development is doing some, middle belt is doing some, northern development belt is doing some, GMPC is doing some, Zongo development is doing all of them. How can we ensure uniformity and sustainability? Now you are answering the questions. In a way, the minister said he is not responsible for middle belt and therefore he could not answer certain questions. All the Nente AstroTurf, were they constructed by you? If not, will you find it feasible in making sure that you make an appeal to cabinet before they bring their budget here? Before a budget will be brought here, all those football and sports related things should be brought under the Minister of Youth and Sports. So that when you are answering questions, you tell her with specificity that this is how much this costs and these are the specifications involved. So that we will not be struggling, this is an AstroTurf and this is this. We are using state money. Will you find it feasible to do that? So that we will assist you. Then when the Youth and Sports Committee is doing oversight, then in our budget, these are the number of sports stadia that we are constructing for this year, and they will know how to follow up. Now, Energy Ministry, Ghana Gas, Energy Ministry, GMPC are constructing AstroTurf. Meanwhile, Youth and Sports is in charge of sports committee. How will you oversight all those things? Then the minister is struggling. Mr. Speaker, that is what I want to put across so that he will take it on board. I'm not expecting any answer. And I don't know.
Is it an issue?
This is just governance architecture I want us to improve upon. And I think the deputy majority leader is on his feet to support me.
Mr. Speaker, fortunately, he landed safely by saying that he's not asking a question because he knew what awaited him. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let us situate his concerns in context. We cannot stop an institution of state or limited liability company from carrying out its corporate social responsibility. Ghana Gas has its own priorities, corporate social responsibility. And if AstroTurf is one of them, part of its own bona fides as an entity, the issue of oversight is a different matter. Now, Mr. Speaker, for the deputy minority whip to say that the minister is struggling, Mr. Speaker, it is never the case. And I don't want Hansard to have that impression of you. What he has said is consistent with his own, and he is giving you the facts. And when he has to refer to matters happening in other institutions, it is his duty.
Oh, your leader is for your speaker.
Mr. Speaker, when their acting leader was on his feet, this place was quiet, and we listened quietly. As notorious of them, Honorable Wayome will not want me to make the point for all of us to learn. Yes, I say so because your side has gained notoriety. They don't allow this side to speak. Yes, that is happening. Check the records. Go and watch the videos. Anytime leadership of this side is on its feet, you get up to, as it were, do what you do best. So you sit down. You sit down.
Butala, sit down.
No, sit down.
Butala, sit down.
Mr. Speaker, they like throwing punches, but they don't like receiving punches. They don't like receiving. The whip was on his feet for more than 10 minutes. This place was quiet. It's my turn, and you are up.
What's the middle of that? Sit down.
Honourable members, please.
Mr. Speaker, what I am saying is that most often when the leadership to your right is on its feet, you will see the backbenchers to your left on their feet obstructing them. They say they are not comfortable with the use of notoriety. But I'm saying that it has become one too many. And cameras are observing. And this side has demonstrated utmost respect to your leadership. And even though Ahmed is acting leader, this side gave him utmost respect. Honorable Ahmed, my own good friend, the Pentecost elder, having said all of that, Mr. Speaker, having said all of that, let me come back to the point I was making. I'm saying that it cannot go into the records of this house. Per the submissions of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, that the Minister for Youth and Sports came to this house struggling. His own argument does not support that fact. Because to him, he was rather making policy proposals to him to carry into cabinet. And I'm saying that he's wrong in that assertion because these institutions have their own policies. You cannot stop an institution from carrying out its corporate social responsibility program. Simplicity. So don't let us use our freedoms. Don't let us use our freedoms on this floor to make such arguments as though those institutions do not have the right. I have said that it is indeed their own bona fides, and he as a minister cannot stop that. What he has done this morning, as a competent minister, as a minister on the ground who knows his ministry, we came into this house together. The youth and sports minister, we all know him, his credentials, what he's doing for the country. He is telling you the fact that those institutions have their own policies. He is telling you that these were not under his domain. Why then would you fault him? I am telling Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, who attempted to fault the Minister of Youth and Sports, that the Minister of Youth and Sports never erred. He is on top of his ministry. 2, it cannot be said that corporate social responsibility programs of institutions should be brought under the ministry's ambit. It's not possible. It's not possible. Mr. Speaker, in this house, we must not allow any argument that will mislead the public. In this house, we must not. Such arguments must be stopped. When those arguments come, and we see that such arguments are aimed at misleading the public.
Honorable Leader,
before I conclude,
Honorable Leader,
Mr. Speaker, they are not tolerant. They are never tolerant. They are never tolerant. And I have to say, they are never tolerant.
Why you will sit down?
Sit down, let me make my point. Ahmed made his point. We sat down and listened to him. Mr. Speaker, I will be on my feet. I have the right to
Honorable members, please. Honorable Leader, please conclude for me. Please conclude for me.
Mr. Speaker, I submit therefore in my conclusion that the submissions by Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim were completely misplaced. The Honorable Minister on his feet has answered the questions which is within his ministry's mandate and has not erred in any way, and he has not struggled. He is on point. He has rather given us the facts, and these facts must be respected. I so submit, Mr. Speaker, by way of conclusion.
Yeah. Honorable members, we turn to question 1208. Honorable members, please. Yes, Leader.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that when we are speaking, the House is quiet. We are trained to bring out words or churn out words that unite the House and carry the House along your path. Mr. Speaker, when I was on my feet, I was talking on policy proposals, and I didn't breach any of the standing orders. But when the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader was on his feet, he came to meet me in this house. He erred in breaching the standing orders. And members seated here have gone through the standing orders. So when you breach any of the standing orders, members will have to draw your attention to the rule of procedure. Mr. Speaker, this house is a house of records and we operate on rules of procedure. Order 93.2 is clear that it shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, or unbecoming words. So if you use abusive, offensive, and unbecoming words, and members are on their feet, Mr. Speaker, such words should not be allowed to stand or to stay in our hands. And Mr. Speaker, to say that this side has gained the notoriety, which is unparliamentary, abusive, and offensive, Mr. Speaker, should not be entertained to go in our records. And the Speaker, when I was on, it is the duty of this House, the Speaker, to propose or to make policy proposals. The Speaker, this House approved 853 million Ghana cedis to the office of the President under the Coastal Development Authority, Middle Belt Development Authority, and Northern Development Authority. Is it corporate social responsibility? Is that corporate social responsibility? When the minister said that the Middle Belt Development Authority did this, Coastal Development Authority did this, and therefore it doesn't lie under his purview. That is why I said that since you said 90 astroturf have been constructed, we have some under Coastal Development Authority, we have some under Middle Belt Development Authority, we have some under Northern Development Authority. can we consider, or will you make a policy proposal for all those to be brought together? Mr. Speaker, if you want to correct my proposal, it is the duty of the minority caucus or the House of Parliament to propose policies. You go and formulate policies at cabinet and bring it to us for approval. So when I'm making a proposal to you as a cabinet minister, when you come here and you say, this one does not lie before me, and I make a policy proposal, is that a notoriety? And the Speaker, if you are the acting majority leader, it is your duty to unite the House, not to divide the House. It is your duty to make sure that you use words that will unite or carry the two sides. But when you divide the House and they are after you, then you end up pointing fingers on us. Now, Speaker, when I came to this house, I was like that. It was the Honorable Haruna Idrisu who trained me. He will call you the Ahmed. When you are on your feet, make sure you don't use words that are offensive to anybody or any side. They will listen to you. But the moment you begin to use words that are offensive, the Speaker, no, even your own children will not listen to you. So I beg to differ with the use of the word notoriety, Mr. Speaker. And there are school children seated here. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not just talking. I'm referring you to Standing Order 93-2. It shall be, and with your permission, I quote, it shall be out of order to use offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming words, or to impute improper motives. Mr. Speaker, in that regard, I want to call on the chair to make a request for the deputy majority leader to withdraw that the use of the word notoriety and to refer to us as being notorious in this chamber, to refer it from his statement and to apologize to this house. We are here to support you to do your leader of government business at this material time, and therefore you must lead government business, and government business must not suffer. Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent upon him to withdraw and apologize accordingly before we follow you to carry on government business. Mr. Speaker, I please submit.
Honorable members, my ruling is that table, please expunge notoriety from the please, honorable members, please. We need to move on. Table, expunge that word from the statement, and let's move on. Honorable members, this is just a fringe.
Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, I beg. Mr. Speaker, a request has been made that the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader refer to this side using words that we do not like. And we want him to withdraw that word. So, Mr. Speaker, if you direct that the table of it should take out that word, whether you are doing it with something that he has accepted, we do not know. So he must come boldly. I know he is a very bold man. He must come boldly and say, my colleagues, I apologize. I have withdrawn the word and apologize. Well, we will support him for any business. But giving that directive, we will not be comfortable with that. I beg you.
Mr. Speaker,
hey, that's our talk.
I am a politician and I understand politics. When in my submission I use the word notoriety, I, on my feet at that moment again, came back to say that I am withdrawing that and replacing it with that it is becoming one too many. Mr. Speaker, I did. No, Mr. Speaker, I did. But you see, Mr. Speaker, have I again used Mr. Speaker? You see, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy the Deputy Minority Leader is observing what is happening behind him. Mr. Speaker, now let me register my protest. And it's a protest that the Majority Leader has had occasion to register on so many occasions. And this is the protest. Anytime, and Deputy Minority Leader, you recall that when we met as leadership, it was something that I brought up, that whenever your side, the leadership of your side gets opportunity, this side listens in silence. And when, no, let me make up, you've had your right to speak, I was quiet, so let me speak, Mr. Speaker. But then when it gets to us, we hear all the shouts, all the heckling, and we are saying that try and control your side. Mr. Speaker, let me refer my colleague Ahmed Ibrahim to Order 93.4. Order 93.4. That the speech of a member must have reference to the subject matter and the discussion. It was on the strength of this provision that I wrote in reply to your submission that when you preface your submission with a phrase that the Honorable Minister was struggling, with the greatest respect, I needed to draw your attention to that fact, that if you put it that way, it is wrong. In any event, the subject matter of your own submission was not under his own purview, and this is what I needed to draw your attention to. And when you landed on your own point, you landed safely by avoiding the issue of he having to answer a question by saying that it is not meant to be answered. But Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, yes, you came into this house before me. You are very senior in this house. The point is that the point you made, how appropriate was it within the context as you place it? And this, I shouldn't debate you. Mr. Speaker, let us be fair. We are all here to do what is right for the people of Ghana. But when one side takes the right of audience at its own bona fide at the detriment of the other, Mr. Speaker, I dare say that one will not also accept it. What you are trying to do, is to make your point and I'll prevent another person from making his point. Mr. Speaker,
you've made the protest.
Yes,
please,
Mr. Speaker,
just withdraw that.
Mr. Speaker, I have already, Mr. Speaker, that's what I'm saying.
You are taking too much time on this.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree. But when I was making the point, I had already said it, that notoriety is withdrawn and replaced with that the conduct is becoming one too many. I did that already. So let's end it.
Very well. So, honorable member, he has withdrawn the statement. So let's move on, please. Let's move on, please. Amia, let's move on, please, let's move on. No, Amia, I'll get the opportunity for your guidance, but let's move on. Honorable members, let's turn to question 1208. Question 1208. The question stands in the member for Karachi East, Honorable Wisdom Gidisu. Yes, Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a right to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports when the Karachi East constituency will benefit from the government's intervention program of providing astroturf for East constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in all my appearances in this August House, I have always stated that government plans to construct at least one astroturf in every constituency in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, government intends to do this on its own through the budgetary allocation and within the level of allowance of the physical space, and also partner with other public institutions, public and private institutions and individuals for provision of same facilities. The idea is to enhance that, to ensure that no constituency is left out. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that as and when funds are released and are made available to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, will succeed in its partnership with other public and private institutions. The honourable member constituency and our people in Karachi East will receive their share of astroturf. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Wisdom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's answer, he attributed the provision of this astroturf to release of funds. When is he expecting the funds from Ministry of Finance? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. We submitted a budget, and the budget was approved in this House, but every constituency cannot get the AstroTurf at the same time. So we are doing it gradually, and I mentioned here earlier that so far we've done 90 AstroTurf in collaboration with other state agencies and even individuals. So as and when we get more funds, Karachi East will be considered, and we are going to ensure that every constituency in Ghana, this is a government policy that we want to move from sports promotion to sports development, and if we have to achieve that, the grassroots sports activities have to be improved, and infrastructure is key in this government policy, and Karachi East will be one of the constituencies that will be getting.
Yes, Honorable, your last one.
First, second one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, he indicated that government is in partnership with some individuals and institutions for provision of this AstroTurf. I want to know from him, can he give us some of these institutions, give us some examples of some institutions that are involved in these transactions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my previous answer, if the honorable member even go back to my previous answer, he will see that I've mentioned several of such institutions. The Coastal Development Authority is one of the institutions I've mentioned. The Middle Belt Institution is one of the institutions I've mentioned. The Northern Development Authority is one of the institutions. Even our leader, Honorable Ahmed, my good friend, mentioned Ghana Gas, GMPC, Gapoha, Ghana Airport Company, and even individuals. Philanthropists are supporting in this initiative. So these are some of the partners that the ministry is working to ensure that we achieve this vision of ensuring that every constituency gets a basic sports infrastructure. Thank you.
We move to question 1209. 1209. Honorable Member for Lejokuku, Honorable Benjamin Nati Aiku. Honorable, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sport when the Kuku constituency will benefit from government policy of providing AstroTurf for each constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Everybody is requesting for AstroTurf, eh?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me re-emphasize with greater assurance to the Honorable Member for Lejokuku that the good people of Lejokuku constituency will receive their share of government intervention of providing AstroTurf for each constituency when funds are made available by the Ministry of Finance through the Ministry of Youth and Sports, a suitable partnership arrangement with other public and private institutions, sector institutions or individuals who ensure that the Lejokuku constituency is given its due share. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Benjamin, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, from his answers, he said so far they've built about 90 AstroTurf. May I know from him the criteria used in selecting the constituencies? Is my constituency are eager waiting to have yes? Thank you.
He wants to know the criteria.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my earlier answer, I mentioned that in the development authorities, the Coastal Development Authority, for instance, where the honorable member constituency fall, the funding was through the 1 million one constituency allocation. and the district assembly will decide the priority project that the district wants. So once you are a member, an ex-official member of your district assembly, and you attend assembly meetings and you identify ASROTEF as one of the priority projects that you want to do, then you can table it to the Coastal Development Authority, then write to the ministry so that the ministry can facilitate by working with the Coastal Development Authority to get you one. Aside that, the ministry have done feasibility studies across the country, and we are working with philanthropists, partners like the agencies I've mentioned. As and when we receive a communication that any of these agencies want to support, then we consider those on the which are still left out. I mentioned that 90 have been done, and we have 275 constituencies. So as and when we get, then we consider them one by one, step by step. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for Kita. Honorable Member for Kita, 1210. 1210. Honorable Kwame Dijoli Gape. My brother, let's hear you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to one.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, finish.
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Nati, let me take your final support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister. My constituents are watching, they are listening. Can he assure them when construction of the ASROTEF will begin? I'm saying this because in my constituency, Teshi, we've provided a lot of players for the Blasters. And you can name them Agiteli, Laye Kingston, Robert Kingston, John Boy, and currently, Daniel Amati. So please, assure my people for me. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honorable member that as and when funds are made available, Lodge Kuku constituency will get their due share. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Why are you the Speaker? Speaker, I heard the Honorable Minister still speak about the fact that we still have 1 million, one constituency projects. And it's a matter of record that the Finance Minister said that facility got terminated with the 2020 budget. It's a matter of record. So I don't know that in the life of the second term of the president, that program is still running. Because he's still making reference to that. And there's no agency under which that program is running presently. Neither under the office of the president, nor the Ministry of Youth and Sports. So we want some clarification on that matter. Because if they are
so what's your question?
My question is that, can you clarify that as we speak, there's still 1 million, one constituency program ongoing anywhere in the country? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned the 1 million, one constituency allocation, that because some of the projects have started and they are ongoing. And just because there is no budgetary allocation for that policy doesn't mean that those projects should be stalled. Again, the leader mentioned here, if you were here in this house, you would have heard Honorable Ahmed mentioning that in this house, we approved a budget of 800 and something million to the office of the president to be allocated to Coastal Development Authority, Middle Belt Authority, and Northern Development Authority. These authorities still function and they are working. So to answer your question, maybe because you are not here, we have discussed all these things. Next time, come early. Thank you.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, this one is to draw your attention. We are all aware and we agree that when questions are constituency specific, we should remain it as such. And for that matter, question time to exceeding 1 hour. Sit down. Power, this one too. Mr. Speaker, your leader is on the floor. Mr. Speaker, when leadership here are speaking, the backbenchers there will not, the backbenchers over there will not listen. Sit down and let me make a point. Leader, simply saying is that it's your leader. It's your leader. I'm your leader, Power. It's your leader, Power. Honorable Whip. Power, even if you were here 30 years, I'm your leader. Yes. Understand that. Sit down and listen.
Honorable Whip, well noted. We move to question 1210. Question 1210. Honorable member for Qatar. Honorable member for Qatar, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports, how many AstroTurf have been constructed in the Volta region, and when will the same be constructed in Qatar constituency?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Volta region is so far a beneficiary of 3 AstroTurf. One completed, the other one under construction. Mr. Speaker, they include the West Africa Football Academy at Sogakope, North Tongo. The funding institution is the West Africa Football Academy, and it's completed. Hongwai Sports Stadium, and it is being funded by Honorable Peter Amewu. It's under construction. The Youth Resource Center, who is also under construction, also funded by the National Youth Authority. Mr. Speaker, I've indicated in my previous response that the good people of Qatar will receive their share of AstroTurf when funds are released from the Ministry of Finance or the Ministry of Youth and Sports is able to make arrangements with public and private partners. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Member for Qatar, any supplementary question?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the answer provided by the Minister, it's running through that AstroTurf, when funds are released from Ministry of Finance. May I know from the Minister whether they have plans and budgets for ongoing of AstroTurf construction for the various constituencies, including Qatar? OPK.
Minister, did you get a question? Honorable member, repeat the question, please.
I want to know from the Minister whether they have plans, laid out plans for construction of AstroTurf across the country, including Qatar. Lay down plans.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, to re-emphasize, I've mentioned time and again that government policy is to ensure that every constituency in Ghana gets an AstroTurf. And this is to, in line with government policy of moving from sports promotion to sports development. And if we have to achieve that objective, then at least we should have a basic sports facility in every constituency, including Qatar. Qatar will get their due share as and when we get funds, or as and when the sports ministry is able to collaborate with other partners and agencies, we will get Qatar their due share. Thank you.
Honorable, your last question.
Honorable, Mr. Speaker, this is my second question.
Yes, the second is the last.
Mr. Speaker, I'm entitled to 3. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister, based on the answers provided, he made mention that the whole voter regime have 3 AstroTurf under construction, and only one completed. May I know from the minister reasons why the remaining are not completed, vis-a-vis reasons why Damango have 2 AstroTurf and the whole of voter regime have only 3?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned here that majority of the funding for this AstroTurf is done by the Coastal Development Authority, the Middle Belt Development Authority, and also the Northern Development Authority under the 1 million, 1 constituency allocation. And those projects are done at the district level. The district decide their top priority. So if Keta decide that they are going to use the money to do a school, I, as a sports minister, cannot intervene. But the areas, the reason why only 3 constituencies have benefited is the priority differs from one place to a region to another region. And that's why the numbers are low. But if you look at other areas, most of their allocation was geared towards sports infrastructure. So get yourself involved in the district assembly's activities so that you can have input in some of the projects that are being done. Thank you.
Yes, Oyomi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the answer provided by the minister, permit me to correct some serious errors in the answers provided. And that is on page 25 and table 1, where the table, but item 1 on the table, that indicates that the WAFA is located in North Tongue is wrong. It is South Tongue. South Tongue. Now, these AstroTurfs were completed solely by Red Bull GmbH. Wait. No, wait. And that was long ago, 2008 and 2009.
So, Honorable,
before the coming into effect of your policy to get AstroTurfs built in every constituency, there was.
So what's the question?
So why should he find space here? When the question was, how many have you done in the Volta region? And so the issue is this. So in effect, Mr. Speaker, in effect, what it is that when, for the sake of the Volta region,
Honorable Member,
the youth resources which you have provided.
Honorable Member, listen to the question. The question is to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports, how many AstroTurfs have been constructed in the Volta region, and when will same be constructed in the Kita constituency? So the question is not only restricting him to what you or this administration did. Was it what has been constructed?
The basis on which he said this was that the government had a policy of which they are implementing. And the government is the current government that I know.
So Honorable Member, that is a different question.
I booked my foundation. Let me ask my question now.
No. We move to question 1211. Question 1211. This is a constituency specific question. You are just a verbal leader. Okay, I'm giving only the lady. Only the lady.
Mr. Speaker.
Shut up your mouth, everybody.
Mr.
You have
Speaker.
spoken. You have spoken.
I thank you for the opportunity.
Youth resources.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, maybe I have to persuade you to indulge our colleagues from the Volta region. The question is in two phases. One, how many are in the Volta region? So that affects our other colleagues in the different constituencies. Then the second is the location, that there are errors in it. So, Mr. Speaker, if you can accommodate just one or two, we appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Helen, Afajatu, let me hear you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, AstroTurf in Southtown was constructed long before Nanado came into office. So if the member from Southtown seeks to get an answer as to why they are counting this as one of the completed AstroTurfs, it needs an answer. Mr. Speaker, the answer is, did you
Honorable member, Afanyeto, I want you to read the question well. And when you read the question, it is not only about AstroTurf that has been constructed before this administration. But the question is, how many AstroTurfs have been constructed in the Volta region? So if he's counting what has already been there, I don't think the minister is wrong. Just look at the question. I don't think the minister is wrong. Now, let me come to you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I had opportunity to correct the ministry in the past that particular project is cited in Adaklu, and the president in the State of Nation address did rightly correct it. But the one in the table number 3, the minister comes here again and mentions who. So may I find out from the minister which location he's talking about? And secondly, in column 2, he says that the sponsor funding of the Hopeway AstroTurf is by our colleague Honorable John Peter Amewu. Can he confirm that GNPC or no state agency paid any money towards this project? Because when you say Honorable John Peter Amewu, if he's making a contribution, fine, but can the minister confirm that no state agency made any contribution towards the Hopeway AstroTurf? Those are the two things I want to find out.
My minister is tired, eh? Minister, let's hear you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my friend knows that Ho and Adaklu, they are just in the same catchment area. So in the contract that was signed, the captured Ho, you drew my attention that the actual project is not Adaklu. But because the contract document is Ho, when I'm reporting, I have to report per what is captured in the contract document. But I agree with you that the project is cited in Adaklu. And I've visited there and I know that it's in Adaklu. It's just like Tamale and Sanarugu. If you say Tamale, the Sanarugu people will say, oh, it's not Tamale. Meanwhile, we all know the place to be. So it's the same. I understand. Next time when I'm coming, I'll come properly. On the other. Okay.
So we move to question 1211.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, second part of the question. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've mentioned here time and again that the ministry, in our efforts to get every constituency to get an AstroTurf, we are doing this innovatively by engaging state agencies, because we know the budgetary constraint we can't get for everybody. We do so with government agencies, private agencies, institutions, and even individuals. So if Honorable Peter Amewu as an individual comes and said he is doing this to support and even gets funding, I will not know. I can't tell. So I can't tell that he has gotten funding from any other agency. What I know is that Honorable Peter Amewu is the one funding this AstroTurf in Hohoi. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister that the answer provided shows that the 3 AstroTurf in the Volta region, 2 are funded, one by WAFA and then one by an individual. So the only one being funded by the government, and for that matter, National Youth Authority, is the one in Adaku. Volta region has 18 districts, 18 constituencies. What is the minister's plan or the ministry's plan to at least increase the number? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The ministry have taken notice of the numbers at Volta region, and I want to assure this House that subsequent projects will make sure that the numbers increase in Volta region. But also, the Coastal Development Authority, like I mentioned, also does this project. So the MPs from Volta region should also work with the district assemblies to identify their priority projects for the Coastal Development Authority to be captured in their project so that the numbers will increase. Thank you.
We move to question. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, following the question from the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader about the plans the minister has to increase the number of AstroTurfs in the Volta region, may I know from the minister whether, as part of the plans, he may want to seriously engage the MPs in the Volta region to participate by way of their SIF in realizing this all-important request, to participate with their SIF in ensuring that this plan, Mr. Speaker, because in the veritable words of
Leader, why are you not constructing the question that the minister should engage all members of parliament,
Mr. Speaker,
not only in Volta region, all members of parliament for their
Mr. Speaker, the concern here, if you follow the question of the Deputy Minority Leader, he emphasized that the Volta region has 18 districts also, and he was concerned about the low numbers of AstroTurf. So, Mr. Speaker, at this point, our interest is to push the numbers in Volta region up. That is the concern, and I want to support. So, all I'm saying is that would the minister consider engaging the MPs in the Volta region to contribute with their SIF in realizing this dream?
Minister, I will further amend his question to include all members of parliament, to engage all members of parliament, not only members of parliament from the Volta region. So the question should be answered in that angle.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I will consider to engage the honorable members from the Volta region and the other members who are interested. I've mentioned that we are working with stakeholders, whether agencies, companies, private institutions, and individuals, if the honorable members will consider to use their common fund allocation to support in these laudable initiatives, then we and the SIF the ministry will be very, very happy in working with you to achieve this laudable initiative of getting every constituency an AstroTurf. Thank you.
Yes. We now turn to Sisala West. Sisala West. Honorable Abdul Mohammed Supalu.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask Minister for Youth and Sports whether the ministry has plans to construct AstroTurfs in the Sisala West district. Thank you.
Minister, everybody is requesting
asking for AstroTurf.
Come and answer Sisala West.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the commitment to provide AstroTurf in every constituency certainly includes the Sisala West constituency. And I must inform the honorable member for Sisala West that I have received the request for the provision of AstroTurf in Sisala West by the chief and the good people of the constituency through their honorable district chief executive, the honorable DCE. And I would like to assure my good brother, Honorable Suparu, that as and when funds are secured for AstroTurf, Sisala West will be considered. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable Suparu. Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister, based on his earlier answers to same questions asked by my colleagues. He made mention of the fact that this particular policy is being funded by either corporate Ghana or, private individual. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister, the Sisala West constituencies as well, whether that is going to be funded by government of Ghana or corporate Ghana through their social corporate responsibility or private individual. I just want to know, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. In my previous answer just here today, I mentioned that we cannot start all the 275 constituencies at the same time. I also mentioned that currently we've done 90 AstroTurf, and its project is still ongoing to ensure that every constituency gets one AstroTurf. So as and when we get support from either private, public institution or budgetary allocation, Sisala West will be considered. Thank you.
Very well.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out again from my good brother the timeline, the as and when. It can be in 10 years. But if that would be possible for us to get our AstroTurf before 2024. Thank you.
Minister, timelines.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me mention again that government policy is to ensure that every constituency in Ghana gets an AstroTurf to improve, to move from sports promotion to sports development. And if we have to achieve this policy, we have to get infrastructure at the basic level improved so that we can develop talents for our national teams. Today, we are having record number of athletes qualifying for Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. It's because of our investment, huge investment. We have almost 100 athletes. So government is committed. So as and when we get money, you are my very good friend. And I have my roots from Sisala, and I will ensure that every constituency and Sisala West is also considered. Thank you.
Honourable members, we move to question 1212. Question 1212. Honourable member for Atebubu Amantin, Honourable Sanja Nanja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports. When construction of the AstroTurf at Atebubu, the capital of Atebubu Amati municipality, be completed for use as the project has been abandoned since 2020?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the AstroTurf in our table, the honorable member's constituency, is being sponsored by the Middle Belt Development Authority, and I intend to engage the authority to facilitate a smooth completion of the project for the use of the members of his constituents. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Having heard from the minister his response to previous questions, he mentioned that the Middle Belt Development Authority was doing these things based on the allocations from 1 million per constituency. Currently, we are aware that the 1 million per constituency ended with the 2020 budget. Now, what assurance can you give us that with this facility is no more there? So how are you going to complete it?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also mentioned that even though the 1 million, one constituency initiative is no more ongoing, but the project started under the previous regime. The projects have to be completed, and there were budget allocations to those projects. So I can assure you that once this project at Ateobu started, your project will be completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Minister, for the answers. But if you could please, you said you are going to engage the authority, and you have not been able to tell us the source of funding. Then if you could please clarify this. How soon will you engage them? And what source of funding are you looking at?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very soon I will start the engagement with the Middle Belt Development Authority, and I've indicated that the Middle Belt Development Authority is the institution funding this project. So the honorable member did not get me right. The Middle Belt Development Authority is the funding agency for this project. So I've mentioned the source of funding, and they get their funding through budgetary allocation. This House approved their budget. So you should be rest assured that the project will be completed. Thank you.
Honorable members, we have brought question time to a close, and I would like to thank all of you, especially the owners of the questions. Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you very much for attending upon the House to answer 11 separate questions from your own members. We thank you very much, and you are hereby discharged. We move to statement. We move to statement, and the first statement will be a tribute by Honorable Member for Sola Tuna Kalba, Honorable Andrew Daly Chiwete, in memory of the late Honorable Donald Dari Suditi, a former member of Parliament who I understand will be buried over the weekend. So, Honorable Member for Sola Tunakaba, the floor is yours. May you hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I must thank you for this opportunity to read this tribute in memory of the late Honorable Donald Darius Sodite, former Member of Parliament for Solar Tuna Kalba. Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay a tribute in memory of the late Donald Darius Sodite, a former Member of Parliament who represented the good people of Solar Tuna Kalba constituency from 2005 to 2017. Mr. Speaker, permit me to quote from Charles Wesley. Open quote, Mr. Speaker. Praise we the great of heart and mind, the singer sweetly gifted, whose music like a mighty wind the souls of men uplifted. So praise we great and famous men, the fathers, named in story, and praise the Lord who now as then reveals in man his glory. Quote close. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is only fair, as tradition demands, that we pay homage to the deserving. Honorable yes. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is only fair, as tradition demands, that we pay homage to the deserving. Honorable Sodite was born on the 25th of September 1957 to Mr. Sodite and Madam Kochena Sodite, both of blessed memory. His parents were farmers in a village called Dume, a suburb of Sola. He is the first of 14 children. The family moved with him to a community called Techman Aibe, where the parents were engaged in cocoa farming. Mr. Speaker, as a little boy, Honorable Sodite started his basic education in the same village. At class 3, his parents moved again to Waka Waka, a community in Bole district, where he continued his education. After a few years in Waka Waka, his parents moved to settle at Dume, a suburb of Sola. Whilst in Dume, Mr. Speaker, he schooled in Nakwabe Roman Catholic School. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sodite proceeded to Bole Middle Boarding School to pursue his education. In Bole Middle Boarding, Honorable Sodite wrote and passed the common entrance exams, which took him to Brekum Secondary School in 1974, where he completed his Form 5. Honorable Sodite, however, had to truncate his education on completion at the Brekum Secondary School due to lack of funds to finance his education. Mr. Speaker, he had to engage in other menial jobs, including laboring on people's farms and Abidjan Harbour, to be able to accumulate some funds. After gathering enough funds to ensure his entry into training college, he applied and got admitted into Brekum Teacher Training College, where he successfully passed out as a professional teacher in 1990. Upon completion, Mr. Speaker, he was posted to Techmatia Subriso, where he served for a number of years. Following his desire to also serve or contribute to education of his people up north, he requested for a regional transfer, which took him back to the then northern region, and subsequently posted as an assistant head teacher in Sola LA Primary School in the Bole district. He was later transferred to head the Guniyuri LA Primary School and ended his teaching career as a head teacher in Blama LA Primary School in the Sola Tuna Kalba district in 2005. Mr. Speaker, in his quest to contribute his quota to the development of the area, Honorable Donald Sodite contested and won the assembly election to represent the people of Banara electoral area in the then Bole district. He was re-elected for another 2 terms. As the assembly member, Honorable Sodite has always recounted his contribution to the location and building of the Solar Post Office, which faced fierce resistance by some residents. Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Sodite ventured into politics and became the first constituency organizer for the National Democratic Congress in the Solar Tuna Kalba constituency, and rose to become the constituency chairman of the party. He was the right-hand man of the then Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Joseph Trumabayel. He served the party with all his heart, and when he decided to contest the then sitting Member of Parliament in the NDC primaries in 2003, the delegates could not help but gave him their approval to contest the 2004 general elections. Right Honourable Speaker, he did not only win the 2004 parliamentary elections to become a Member of Parliament of the fourth Parliament, he also increased the votes for the party in the constituency. He was re-elected in 2008 and 2012 to be part of the fifth and the sixth parliaments respectively, but had to bow out in 2016. Mr. Speaker, Honourable Sedite served as the Vice Chair for the Committee on Food and Agriculture from 2009 to 2012, as well as the Committee on Lands and Forestry from 2013 to 2016. He also served on the committees including committees on subsidiary legislation, local government and rural development, privileges, employment and social welfare, standing orders, and as well as works and housing, where he made valuable contributions to influence policy. At the constituency, Mr. Speaker, Honourable Sodite contributed to the provision and maintenance of educational and health infrastructure, rural education, student support, among others. Following his contribution to the creation of the Savannah region, he was chosen to represent the Brifo lobbies at the Savannah Regional House of Chiefs. Mr. Speaker, Honourable Sodite and his lovely wife, Wefena Bansite, have 7 children, with one currently serving as a lieutenant in the Ghana Army. Right, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Sodite, after Parliament has been engaged in farming until his demise. May the soul of Honourable Sodite and the souls of all the faithful departed rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, let me commend my brother, friend, and comrade, Honourable Chiwete, for eulogizing Honourable Andre Dare, Honourable Sodite. Indeed, he was a man of many parts. Yes. I do recall that I met him on a couple of occasions when I was Deputy Minister for Energy and subsequently as Deputy Minister for Power. Mr. Speaker, he was a very humble man, a man full of wisdom, and somebody you could learn a lot from. Mr. Speaker, reading the tribute, it is obvious that that man has had to go through a lot to achieve that feat. Indeed, I never knew that he had to suspend his educational career to engage in manual labor in order to continue his education. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, today we have students in the public gallery. This should serve as a wake-up call for them. A lot of us do get things on a silver platter, but others have had to struggle. Mr. Speaker, this brings to the fore the issue of the life of a former member of parliament. Indeed, more often than not, when you meet former members of parliament, you then realize and reckon that life can be very, very tough and difficult when you leave this chamber. It is my hope that this House would take steps towards ensuring that at least when members leave this chamber, some form of insurance or welfare is put in place to cater for them. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that the Honourable Kennedy Ejapong is have to support a lot of former members of parliament. And it is my hope incoming that even as he aspires to that high office, yes, members of this House will reciprocate that good gesture by voting massively for him so we can have him ascend to that high office.
Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me say that I am happy that today we have an equally competent person in the person of Honorable Chiwete, representing the good people of Sola. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you that some of us this weekend would endeavor to be present, at least to represent this House, and even if leadership is not able to make it, I'm sure that our presence would suffice and would ably represent the House and leadership. On that note, Mr. Speaker, let me express my condolence to the bereaved family and to all of us. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Right Honourable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to add my voice to pay tribute to the late Honorable Donald Dare Soditi, former Member of Parliament for Sola Tuna Calabar constituency. Mr. Speaker, I got to know him growing up as a child in the Bole district because he was a member of the Bole District Assembly. And his voice was very clear when it comes to unity, when it comes to peace. The Bole traditional area is a cosmopolitan environment. We have many ethnic groups, and so people like him were the ones who bridged the gaps. Mr. Speaker, he started as a teacher, as we have been told, and rose to become a member of Parliament. I know him to be a very focused and honest person, somebody very accountable to his people. And that is why I believe he was able to achieve what he achieved. To become a third-term MP, or to come to this House 3 consecutive times, speaks volumes. If you are not honest, if you are not focused, and if you are not accountable, you won't be able to make it. And that was the kind of person he was, and today we've lost him. Mr. Speaker, his contribution to the NDC is very clear. He started as an organizer of the party, rose to become the chairman, and finally a member of Parliament. We are told the number of committees he served in this House, and it tells you what he has done for the Parliament of this country and Ghana as a whole. Mr. Speaker, what I remember very well about him is a situation where those days it was difficult for you to do communication. There was no any communication, telephone communication systems in our area. One time we woke up and heard that he has sent those communication booths to Sola from Accra. And for us, that was the first time some of us saw it. And you could see the queue. People were queuing to look at what he had brought. From there, we were able to buy the communication cards and to be able to communicate. That for me is very refreshing in my mind. And so today, if we have lost him, it's only appropriate for us to eulogize him and to let people know what he has done for Mother Ghana. As my colleagues rightly said, this weekend, God willing, we will be joining the family to mourn him and to show our last respect. Let me thank the honorable member, the current MP for Sola Tuna Calabar, for making this statement so that we get the opportunity to remember him and to tell his story. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. God bless you.
Yes, leader, I'm coming to you, but honorable member for Bodi. Bodi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sodeti came to Parliament in January 2005. As a matter of fact, we came together and we lived in Sakumono together. Honorable Sorete was a good man, friendly and sociable. You will always see Honorable Sorete laughing. He would never get angry, irrespective of the provocation. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sorete, when he came to Parliament, undertook a particular project which was very dear to his heart. He said that in his constituency at that time, there was no means of communication. So at the time, when we were trying to develop phone booth telecommunication system, Honorable Sorete managed to get one to Solar Tuna Kalba area to Tuna. Mr. Speaker, this communication center was open, and Ghana Today at that time, GBC, gave it huge publicity, and every weekend Ghana Today will be highlighting on that achievement by Honorable Sorete. So he gave opportunity to his people to communicate with the outside world. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sorete was very, very instrumental in making sure that a lot of communities that were not connected to the national electricity grid had opportunity, were connected. I remember that at a point, myself, Honorable Ekopoku, Honorable Evans Edu, had to go to Ministry of Energy to lobby for rural electrification projects. When we went, Honorable Sorete has listed 36 communities. And the then minister said, Honorable, you will get 10. Then he said, no, please. My people have suffered for a long time. And the minister said, then I will consider 25 for you. So if you go to Solar Tuna Kaba today, a lot of the communities that were connected to enjoy electricity were through the instrumentality of Honorable Sorete. Again, he will not relax on lobbying for boreholes to his communities. And he secured a lot of boreholes for his communities in his constituency. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that today we stand here to read the tribute of Honorable Sorete. But as it has been said, all of us will die at a point. So what I will say in conclusion is that may the Almighty God grant a good praise for the soul of Honorable Sorete. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, let him now come to leadership.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement of eulogy in memory of the late Honorable Donald Dare Sorete, ably presented by the Honorable Andrew Dare Kewete, MP for Solar Tuna Kalba constituency. Mr. Speaker, in thanking him, to express our profound sympathies and condolences to the family, I had opportunity to meet with his senior brother together with their children in the company of the Member of Parliament when they came to announce to the Speaker the sudden departure of our colleague to eternity. Mr. Speaker, as rightly observed by the Honourable Member for Buede, the Honourable Sorete was development-oriented MP. There are those of us, we measure MP's performance in Parliament, in committee, and in relationship to the constituency. He was noted for what at the time was described as expanding communication infrastructure to unserved and underserved areas in the Sola, Tuna, Kalba district. He also was instrumental in advocating for the extension of rural electrification to that area. Mr. Speaker, added to it, he was a strong advocate for the Fufulsu-Damangu Road, which remained a major route to his constituency, which was finally done at the time by President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, I missed a good opportunity to have visited him on his sickbed. Barely some 46 or 50 days ago, I was driving from Damangu through Sola to Wa to support the Honorable Suparo launched a vocational skills project in his constituency. And as I drove past just the community roundabout in Sola, I was alerted in my car that, Haruna, are you aware that Sodote is unwell? He's seriously sick and he's very sick. So I responded with the hope that on my return, I'll be able to pass by his home to see how he was faring. Regrettably, that was the day I lost my senior brother, Afa Bukari. So on my return, I was speeding up to see to the burial of my brother. As Muslim custom, we don't keep bodies. So unfortunately, I couldn't stop by until some few days that I was told that he had passed on. Mr. Speaker, the people of Sola are still deprived particularly in respect of access to water. And I'm sure that the Honorable Kiwete, he knows that I'm so fond of Sodote that even him, I still refer to him as Sodote. Then you say, oh, leader, I'm not Sodote, I'm Kiwete. So, Mr. Speaker, we can only pray for his soul, that may his soul rest in perfect peace. He served this parliament well. He served the people of Sola well. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, the last time I was in Kulmasa, a community in the Sola district, they asked me that any opportunity I get, I should talk about the lack of water and their access to quality water in that area. Television coverage have also improved. The road from Sola through Tuna to Wa is not in the best of shape. It's in a very deplorable condition. It's a matter that I've discussed with the leader, Wa Sola, related to Swami Road. That is an infrastructure that must be done. So, Mr. Speaker, he also played a role in managing the peace in that area by virtue of the diversity of the ethnic groups in that particular area. He was an advocate and ambassador for peaceful coexistence in that area. And he, in fact, was representing the Brifus at the Regional House of Chiefs in the Savannah region. May his soul rest in perfect peace. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to add my voice in this brilliant eulogy in memory of the Honorable Donald Dari Sodike, the Member of Parliament, the SY Member of Parliament for Sola Tuna Kalba constituency. Speaker, as honorable members have testified to, the honorable member was indeed an affable personality, and he had very humble beginnings. The first of 14 children. Speaker, we are told that he had his education in a village close to Techima. He schooled then at Bekum Secondary School. But after O-level, because of lack of resources, he had to abandon school momentarily and went into menial jobs to keep body and soul together, and also be able to assist in caring for his other siblings who had to go to school. The Speaker, that is the character of the person that we are remembering today. He completed O-level at Bekum Secondary School, and for more than 12 years, he had to even exit the country to La Côte d'Ivoire to pursue some other jobs in order to make money to return 12 years after O-level back to the same Bekum and to enroll as a student at Bekum Training College. The Speaker, it is the character of a resilient person who was purposed and indeed focused on education. One can honestly say that this indeed is a person who pulled himself up by his own bootstraps. The Speaker, after the training college, he stayed, according to his own account, for 5 years in the Techiman area teaching. And then he himself opted to go up north to help his people. And he sought to be transferred to the Boli area to teach. There are some others who school up north who don't want to stay and come down south to teach or to look for employment. Here's a person who was down south, and he remembered that his people had less opportunities and he needed to go up north to teach them. He was an assembly member, we are told, for 3 terms. Became a constituency organizer and later assumed the position of the chairman of the party, and then thereafter became the member of parliament for his home area, where he was a member of parliament, speaker for 3 terms, exiting on the 7th of January 2017. So, Speaker, this is a person who demonstrated his own love and commitment to his people. We've just been told what he facilitated in the constituency, procuring phone booths and sending them to the place when really it was a very scarce commodity at the time in the whole of the northern region. But he registered his presence as a servant of the people. Mr. Speaker, as we mourn such a character today, it's only pleasing to recount what he did for his people, and at the point of his transition, to call for solidarity for the family of Sodite and the wife that is left behind and the 7 children that is left behind, that God should give them replenishment, and that after all his toils on earth, God should be generous and magnanimous to the soul of the Honorable Sodite and grant him eternal peace. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, are we moving to public business? Yes, honourable members, may we respectfully rise for 1 minute silence in honor of our beloved departed. May the soul of our brother Donald Dari Sodite and all the departed soul rest in perfect peace. Amen. So we move to item 7. At the commencement of public business. Item 7, presentation of papers.
No. Speaker, if we may go to item listed as 20.
Yes, honourable members, let me invite you to page 13. Page 13, item listed 20 in today's order paper. Page 13, item listed 20 in today's order paper. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. We are left with the debate on the motion. So, this is a motion on fees and charges, Bill 2022. Well, Honourable Member Fadaku, are you speaking? No, he has already, the chairman of the committee has already moved.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion moved by my good friend, the chairman. And Mr. Speaker, of course, this bill has been in the House, I think, since November, right? And many state institutions have been waiting for Parliament to pass this, for them to be able to pass or charge the appropriate fees, since the Constitution allows or mandates Parliament to be the House that would approve the imposition of taxes in this country. I'm sure the National Assembly is also waiting for this. But Mr. Speaker, the big concern, though, is that we are all aware of how difficult things are in the country currently for our citizens, including ourselves. So, but some of the figures we see in the fees and charges would point to a fact that we are all going to have to pay more to access government services. Mr. Speaker, this can only compound the hardship we are all going through currently, without a doubt. And I just hope that entities who are mandated to charge these fees will stay within what Parliament approves, and people don't go imposing their own fees arbitrarily. What Parliament approves is what you can charge. And hopefully, when this is accrues to government as well, its utilization will go to the benefit of our people. Mr. Speaker, these are the few things I have to say about this, and I believe that this is not the first time we've done this. Parliament always does it, and maybe we should all apprise ourselves with the content of what it is, so that we can educate our constituents appropriately as to what they are likely to be charged if they access certain government services. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member for Kankwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this referral that is belated, and I believe it's formed part of government's overall revenue measures, and it was referred to the Finance Committee as far back as April 5th, 2022. And I believe government has been waiting to implement the fees and charges that was brought to us. So I believe, let me add my voice to the motion and ask that we approve this for the good of the country and the various entities that will be charging the fees. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, let me come to leadership.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on the motion for the adoption of the report that the Fees and Charges Miscellaneous Provision Bill 2020 be read the second time and adopted. And Mr. Speaker, just as government finds it prudent to adjust to fees and charges for purposes of fiscal consolidation in order to raise revenue that is required to keep public institutions functioning and functioning efficiently, government must also be aware that the private sector is reeling under immense pressure of associated interest costs when it comes to inflation and the cost of doing business. So while government finds it desirable to adjust fees and charges to be able to cope, same government must support the private sector with the needed adjustment. And Mr. Speaker, for instance, if a bag of cement was buying at 30 cedis and today is 50 or 58 cedis, it imposes an additional burden on that contractor private sector who has to buy iron rods at an increased cost and cement at an increased cost. What is government doing about that? Mr. Speaker, I note in these fees and charges some fees charged by technical universities and other universities. And Mr. Speaker, this House must take interest in what the universities do with their admission form sale and the monies they make out of it. Public universities are funded with public money, yet when they sell just admission forms, we should be interested in how much they rake in and how that money is utilized. In addition to what government provides, not just for tuition support, but in taking care of those things. Accountability is accountability. It should not just be accountability of Parliament or accountability of the President or accountability of some other institution. Our investors themselves must be ready to account for it. Mr. Speaker, once I'm on it, maybe this is the time to raise it because I never get the opportunity. Myself and the first Deputy Speaker was in Lagos to discuss, to support the Commonwealth Hall launch a particular initiative. There is a quiet crisis at the University of Ghana. And that quiet crisis, government should not pretend that it is not aware of it. Some commitments have been made by the university in respect of a project which has become a witch's dance project. If you dance forward, your father dies. You dance forward, your mother dies. The project is at a standstill. Huge commitment. I think that it's about time that our Committee on Finance, I don't have the title, but I'll try and get it as I'm speaking. Our Committee on Finance and Education must pay a visit to the University of Ghana to understand the magnitude of the problem and how the state can come in to be able to resolve it. Then, Mr. Speaker, what the Honorable Kwame Agboja have warned, there are those who are making charges outside what is approved by Parliament. Let it not happen. because that is unlawful, that is illegal. And we jealously must protect our mandate under Article 174 of the Constitution, that this is what we are able to do. Then, Mr. Speaker, some of the charges, you see, what Ghanaians want is efficient delivery of public services. If I want a passport and you adjust the fees and charges upward and make sure that I don't queue for long for it, I may probably buy into it. So what the Ghanaian people expect in the delivery of public services is efficiency. And Mr. Speaker, national ID card, we should know, is it here? How much are we to pay for a national ID card? What fees are we to pay? At what point and when? Then, Mr. Speaker, as former Minister for Trade, let me conclude on this matter. Inspection fees by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, for all intents and purposes, I've had the privilege to be at the World Trade Organization. Trade facilitation is not the function of the Minister for Finance. You see, some years back when I was Minister for Trade, I recall going to the port to announce that customs should work 24 hours to allow for efficiency. That's what happens in La Côte d'Ivoire. I went there with the late Jifa Ativon, then Minister for Transport. For some reason, I could not make the formal announcement. But, Mr. Speaker, the port is regulated by three important ministries. There is the Ministry for Transport, there is the Ministry for Trade and Industry, and there is the Ministry for Finance responsible for revenue. But destination inspection, which itself, I understand that incomes is doing well. I don't know whether they are doing well is in respect of volumes. You see, naturally volumes will increase. So when volumes increases and you say, I'm doing well, that may not be it. But I understand that incomes is doing very well in terms of our custom destination inspection, which beyond, I think, West Blue, and beyond what existed at Ministry of Trade, I supervised the last audit. If I had to bring in some Belgium experts from the WTA to assess Ghana. Mr. Speaker, that matter of inspection, if you go back to the Export and Import Act of 1995, Act 503, that responsibility, Mr. Speaker, vested in the Minister for Trade. So if you charge destination inspection, and Mr. Speaker, I'll bring a strong amendment to it, it should not be left to the Minister for Finance. It should be under the aegis of the Minister for Trade and Industry, who should take a portion of that inspection fee and pay the person providing the service. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, so that you understand it. I still recall, even when we were to set up the Ghana Exim Bank, I had exchanges with the Minister for Finance, Honorable Setekwe, when I said that he should dedicate 0.50 of the CIF value of what you people call at the time import levy as mainstream revenue for Ghana Exim Bank. So it's the only bank which doesn't rely on customer deposit, because we've created an opportunity for the bank to get its receivables from a CIF value. So, Mr. Speaker, it's my contention that the destination inspection fees should not be regulated by the Minister for Finance. It should be a matter for the Minister for Trade. I have canvassed repeatedly. We are taking away the mandate of the Ministry of Trade. But fair to you, it started under my administration. It is wrong, and we should not repeat it. You see, the Minister for Trade and Industry, the John Mahama administration, I will abandon our administration, Mr. Speaker. Our administration. Mr. Speaker, I was in that cabinet, and I'm concluding on that. So, Mr. Speaker, inspection fees, chairman of committee, you can charge it. But we must ring-fence it with a clause. That used to be the practice. Even when I was Minister for Trade, I paid destination inspection companies. I'm sure, Chairman, if you recall, even when you assumed office as Deputy Minister for Finance, there was a way I engaged you on it, if you remember, on phone, when you people had to take the difficult decision between GCNet and them. So I'm simply saying that for incomes to function well and to be paid well and on time, that inspection fee shouldn't go directly to your consolidated fund. It used to be a dedicated fund, then incomes will be paid directly from that source under the Minister for Trade. And I repeat it, under WTO protocols, the Minister for Finance is not responsible for trade facilitation. Trade facilitation remains a core function at the port with the Minister for Trade. And Mr. Speaker, I sit down with this. This country must get serious. And we must get serious because the leakages at the port must cease. All the revenue you are struggling, e-levy, what levy, fees and charges, is not necessary. Mr. Speaker, the day we will install proper CCTV cameras at the port and police how goods get out of the port, Ghana will get the revenue it requires for the functioning of this economy. You just sit there, people come in the name of national security and clear goods, people come in the name of ministers and clear goods. That is not right. Everywhere in the world, you can go to Singapore and learn from best practice. I think that this parliament, again, Mr. Speaker, your committee on trade and industry and transport, go to the port. How much money goes out daily, in the name of special clearance? Some of the goods you seize it and sell it back to yourselves. And you say you are serving the country well. You see somebody goes, then after 1 month, somebody goes to pay a paltry amount for that goods. I think that the port remains a major source of revenue. So I wholeheartedly support this. We know that your government is in distress. Tell the former acting Minister for Finance, I was reading the dead report, that he should just accept that criminal is shit. He should accept it. Not the shit. So we can understand that you need fees and charges to survive. But as you are adjusting it upwards, that also even brings to fore. Look at matters of road toll. We have to visit it. Must it just be a policy decision of a government that I don't want road tolls? Then we all kowtow to it. No. Everywhere in the world, road tolls play a function, particularly when you anticipate private-public partnership in expanding your road infrastructure, whether it's from Nsawam to Kumasi or from Kasua to Cape Coast. You are looking at long-term investment where the private sector will come and pump in money over 20, 50 years. How can they recoup their money when you say that you are doing away with this? All that, I think that there must be a policy thing through. So, Mr. Speaker, we support it, but Chairman, I hope that Chairman of Trade Committee support me. I'm coming to study the various acts on trade inspection. I don't ask you to rise. Speaker will recognize you and say, support me. That money, leader, when we come to it, we should ring fence it to allow for the payment for those who provide those services at the port. You know, Minister of Finance, when it goes in, he's reluctant to make it available, and that can affect the delivery of those services. And as I've said, information reaching me is that they are doing pretty well. I just hope that it's not on the basis of increased volumes at the port. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader, are you yielding yours to the deputy chairman of the committee?
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague has agreed to add his contributions to what I'm going to say, so he's going to join me here. So, Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the space to make my own views known about this bill before the House. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, when our citizens go to public institutions for service delivery, they expect efficiency. And for efficient service delivery, it comes at a cost. I followed the submissions by Honorable Kwame Akoja, expressing worry about the burden on Ghanaians. But what I want to add to clear his concerns is the fact that these service deliveries, the public institutions also rely on the private sector, especially in this era of digitalization, where everything is IT-based. So you realize that the value chain will not only be limited, but it will cut across into the private sector, and the private sector with ideas and related functions in that area would benefit. So let us look at it in that sense, and the fact that it would also lead to job creation. So it is important to underscore that point. So, Speaker, having said that, the question again is very constitutional. Whether or not, upon the passage of this bill, the provisions in Article 245 will be rendered otious, because we are to give power to the various assemblies to fix their own bylaws, which would include fees and charges and all others. So now that, Mr. Speaker, we are going to pass this law, it is important for us to pay attention to this provision so that we don't create another problem there. We don't solve one problem and leave the other. You observe that the district assemblies themselves don't have there isn't a single platform for them to say that this is the standard fee we are charging. Every assembly exercises the discretion to determine what it wants to, what it wants to charge. Properly put, there is no model fees and charges regime in the country. So, Mr. Speaker, as we go in, this must also be part of our thinking, so that we properly get the right thing done. Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude on the point that Honorable Minority Leader observed. The abuse at our ports. What he didn't add was also the bonded warehouse system, the abuse in them. Mr. Speaker, some years ago in my private practice, a Ghanaian importer came to me to lament his worries that he imports, because he has no access to the bonded warehouse facility, he has to pay at the port. But those foreigners who have the access will use the bonded, and then they end up not paying. And the question is, who aids them? Is it our security agencies? If that is so, what can we do to ensure that abuse in the use of or the patronage of the bonded warehouse system is reduced? Because, Mr. Speaker, if we do not deal with this, we will be at a standstill. I mean, yesterday we heard of a demo. Everybody, some people complaining about the situation in the country. It is their right to complain, and rightly so. They have. The TUC is talking about cola. Government must do something. What can we do? The leakage in the system is human created. It's the public servants. It's all of us who are supposed to protect the public purse, not only the political class. We often limit the argument to the political class, and others get away with their own sins. The time has come for all of us to invite civil society to join the call that it is Ghana first. If somebody is comfortable to allow leakages, and such leakages affect the system, how then do we survive as a country? NDC will blame MPP, MPP will blame NDC, but somebody's pocket will be fat. So, Mr. Speaker, let us holistically, and this is a call on all of us, we have been given the mandate as a political class. Let us get deep into the matter so that the leakages
Leader, ignore them. Ignore
Mr. Speaker, I've not even heard anything.
Yes.
I've only observed the attempt to obstruct. So, Mr. Speaker, the leakages are caused by Ghanaians. How do you eat your breakfast and line together, and in the evening you say you are hungry again. We are destroying the system ourselves. But because we, the partisan politicians, we've made it our duty to blame each other, they are watching us and taking advantage. So if we mean to deal with all the loopholes in the system, then let's be collective. If somebody is found foul of the law or somebody is being prosecuted, it shouldn't be that because he is of a certain political ideology, all of us will run and give him cover, even though we know some wrongdoing has occurred. It is this cover that is giving people or creating impunity, because somebody is offending the system but knows that, oh, when the time comes, because I am of this political persuasion, they will come and protect me. And when such a thing occurs, what happens? The nation loses, and we end up not even getting enough for our constituencies, and we'll be here shouting that we need common fund, but the money will not be there. So, Mr. Speaker, the call by the minority leader is fully endorsed by me. I associate myself with it, that we should do everything to do away with the leakage in the system. And I believe that members will fully support this bill. And when we get into the clause by clause, we'll fine-tune and ensure that the right things are done, so that this will not become one of those laws that will just pass and leave it without having any effect in the country. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for this treasure space granted me.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favour, say aye. Please, the response to the question, as many as are in favour, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it.
An act to provide for fees and charges levied by ministries, departments and agencies and related matters.
Honourable members, the Fees and Charges Miscellaneous Provision Bill 2022 accordingly read a second time.
Mr. Speaker, attention has been drawn to two motions that are outstanding, which are just calling for questions to be put on them. And they are in respect of item listed as 12 and also 30, page 8 of the other paper. Page 8 of the other paper.
Very well. Honourable members, let me invite you to page 8. Page 8, item listed 12. Page 8, item listed 12. The motion was moved, the motion was seconded, it was debated. We were just left with the questions, and now I put the question. So the question is, as many as are in favor of the Public Accounts Committee report, say aye.
The Speaker, respectfully, if you could clarify, is the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of these assemblies. If you bring clarity to bear, then you can vote on it.
Well. Honourable members, I take it again. The report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the Business Assembly for the financial year ended 31st December 2018. The question is, all those in favor of the report that was ably moved by the chairman, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The report is hereby adopted. On the same page, we turn to item number 13. Item number 13. That was also a report of the Public Account Committee on Auditor General of the Public Accounts of Ghana Pre-University Education Institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2018. All those in favor of the motion moved by the chairman, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, you just put the question on two reports from the Auditor General, which have been poured through and submitted by the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of what the Public Accounts Committee does is really to reform the system by identifying mischief of the past and proposing corrective measures. But here we are dealing with 2018. We are in 2022. And those some of the reports for 2019 and 2020 have been submitted. I will urge, and I keep talking about this, the Public Accounts Committee is really inundated with many reports. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with them that they should go into the formation of subcommittees and let them do this and submit them to us. Because if they want to deal with all the referrals, and there are volumes of them, as a committee, it will be difficult really to get the job accomplished. We have to inform us of effecting remedial measures in our national development agenda. So I want to plead that they must work fast, not hastily, but do a comprehensive job. And the way to do it is to break into subcommittees. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. And having said so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the leader for that observation. In fact, the committee itself has observed that over the years, the report has always been in arrears for 5, even 6 years. In fact, I remember in 2005, we are having about between 8 to 10 years arrears. So, but we have come far. But this particular committee is determined to close the gap. And this year we are doing 2 years report. That is why you see that by end of June we are finishing with 2018. Next second week of July we are starting with 2019. And we are determined to finish before the end of the year. The next year we'll do another 2 years. So by 2023 we'll have closed the gap. Yeah, next year we'll close the gap. Because next year we'll be doing 2020 and 2021. By which time the 2022 report will now be coming to the House. So we are determined to close the gap. So we only need support. So that when the members of the committee will call a meeting, they should be allowed to participate in the committee sitting. So I agree with you, but we are determined. By next year, we'll close the gap. Thank you very much.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader have raised an important issue, but I just want to add one more. beyond Public Accounts Committee. What? Beyond it. For the last, from 1993, every year, we hear misappropriation, embezzlement, extortion, misallocation, misspending. Nothing happens. This is not what the Ghanaian public wants to hear. That 12 billion lost, how are we to recover it? The money lost. So, Mr. Speaker, may I with respect, we've discussed it on this floor, we took a decision, we never implemented it. May I with respect, Mr. Speaker, refer to Article 1876 of the 1992 Constitution. It provides, Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint where necessary in the public interest a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. I recall the last time I raised it, the leader raised Article 184. In addition, I hope I get that one to right. He was talking about foreign exchange receipts from the bank. 1844. So, Mr. Speaker, beyond public accounts, this Parliament, tomorrow, we should constitute this committee. So, leader, let's get it done. They will now review the Public Accounts Committee findings. Even if it is a quasi-judicial body, let it be, so that people will not abuse public resources with alacrity as they do, because they think that they will always go unpunished and nobody will ask them to run. So that committee must be put in place, Mr. Speaker. So beyond the Honorable Chairman of the committee assuring us that I'll do well, I see you writing to the Speaker, always asking for funding. That one too is tied to the budget of Parliament. Minister for Finance, you want audit, you want the Public Accounts Committee to work. You are not ready to release monies to Parliament and release them on time. How is it going to work? How is this committee going to work? And many of the committees of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, we should get this committee right. And I think that the leader of government business, the Minister for Finance too, has a responsibility. That's why we are saying that Parliament's budget, he must release it quarterly and on time. So let's get the Post-Public Accounts Committee properly constituted, so that it will look both into their findings and look into the Bank of Ghana, as was articulated by leader. Chairman, if you disagree, say so. I'm walking one leg, your leader is walking on the second leg. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I broadly agree with the points that have been made, but it's important that we avert our minds to the very text of 184. 1844 says, when the report has been laid by the Public Accounts Committee, Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, where necessary, in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matters arising from the report. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that the kind of committee you constitute would depend on the particular matter that you want to deal with. And then two, we must also think carefully about this. I mean, what is it that the Public Accounts Committee is unable to do that this Committee of Parliament will then be able to do? I would be happy to see this committee immediately if, by the workings of the Constitution, we can clothe them with maybe superior powers unavailable to the Public Accounts Committee right now. I'm not too sure 183 would permit that. I therefore get the impression that the real remedies for what appears to be our inability to deal with issues as are uncovered by the Auditor General lies perhaps outside this House. And if this House can do it, then we must find the teeth to do it instead of setting up just another committee. That's my respectful view, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, first to recognize the fact in what the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee stated, that in the early 2000s, the first decade of 2000s into 2001, we had a huge backlog. Mr. Speaker, that is true. And it is true because the public accounts of the country were lumped together into the Fourth Republic for the Auditor General to audit. And so there was a huge backlog of more than 10 years, which they began going through one after the other and submitting the reports to Parliament. So we realized that in 1990, when we first came to Parliament in 1997, the first reports that came were for 1993. And then they had to go back. So you would do 1993, then go back to maybe 80-something. That is how come we had that huge backlog. Fortunately now, I think we've been able to do quite a good job on them. But there are still some outstandings, which is why I'm urging that the better arrangement is to be very timeous, so that maybe by now we'll be dealing with 2020. Because 2021 is not overdue yet. Post-June, it will be due. So we should be dealing with 2020. So you are doing well, but I'm still saying that there are still outstandings that you have to attend to. Mr. Speaker, the other matter that my colleague raised, that is with respect to releases to Parliament, I keep saying that the parliamentary service exists to lubricate Parliament, the work that we do. It cannot be right that the little that comes to Parliament, somebody says somewhere to determine what priority to commit the amounts to, and leave the work of the chamber. That is not right. And we should insist that, and of course, the work that we do in Parliament really centers so much on the committees. On the committees. So let us spend whatever comes, a lot of it, maybe a percentage every time there's a release, on committee work and the business of the House. I know that some other things have to be done. For instance, if Parliament has to engage in some statutory travels and so on, those are complementary. But the major work is the work of the House. And as I'm saying, we should have a loud voice. I have insisted that we should have some segregation done and releases to the House that will commit a percentage to the business of the House to be ring-fenced. And then even for committee work, as obtains elsewhere, the whips who are spending officers in most jurisdictions will then determine that this committee is going to have this amount. It doesn't have to rest on one person determining that we have this release. I'm determining that this should go to the House. I'm determining that this should be done. It's incorrect. And so, Minority Leader, the fault is not in your stars. The fault is in yourself. And perhaps maybe half attributable to me. Because I've been talking about this. You have not been joining ranks with me. Minority Leader, if you can leave your phone and listen to me, I think that's the way to go. Let's determine that the business of this House supersedes every other business in Parliament. And when we do that, then we will together determine the priority areas for the releases to be applied to. Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader was not with us last week. But last week I had some engagements with the Deputy Minority Leader with respect to the composition of this committee that you referred to. And I said to him that by the close of this meeting, we should have this in place. So we've had that discussion. And I'm happy that even though it was not known to you, you've come to add your voice to it. It means that you're on the right track. So let's see what we can do to compose this committee. It's going to be a standing committee. 1844 has to do with, I think, foreign exchange dealings. The other one is on the report of the Auditor General. The two are different. So we can have two different committees, one dealing with this, and the other one dealing with the imperatives of 187. And the House must brace itself to it. And I think we'll get it right. Mr. Speaker, having said so, I believe my colleagues are better enamored to appreciate the intricacies of the imperatives of Article 184(4) and 187, 176. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Very well. So, Leader, can I take suspension? I want to suspend. Or we are coming back. Or if you are adjourned.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know how long you want to suspend for, but because we need really to get over just 2 or 3 clauses in the hydrology, and then we'll be on a plateau to finish tomorrow. So if you have to suspend, because we've been here for long.
So you come back?
Yes, we'll come back for maybe 1 hour to deal with that one.
Very well.
Thank you.
So, honorable members, please indulge me. I'm suspending the House for 1 hour. You may return at 3 o'clock. The House is hereby suspended. Honorable members, let me welcome you back to the chamber. Consideration stage, Ghana Hydrological Authority Bill 2022. Very well. Yesterday we did cross 1 and cross 2. Of course, cross 2 didn't put the variously amended clause. But today I've seen another amendment in the name of the minority leader. It was there yesterday.
Mr. Speaker, clause 2. I can understand that you didn't put the question. It's important sometimes that the sponsor, the minister, is here. When you comb round the bill, Mr. Speaker, an act to establish the Ghana Hydrological Authority to promote, I have a difficulty with the use of the word promote. If you want them to regulate, that is what you intend, but not to promote. Promote will mean to facilitate. You are establishing an authority. So an authority must be a regulatory institution, in my view. So consequentially, I was going to say that wherever you find the word promote, substitute it with regulate. So it will read, the object of the authority is to regulate hydrological service delivery for the planning, design, execution. I don't know which other amendments were carried. But the word promote, Mr. Speaker, I've just asked them to bring me my legal thesaurus. It will be in the chamber in the next 1 minute. So the word promote, I have a difficulty accepting the word promote. But let the promoter of the bill convince me why he wants to use the word promote. So even though it is to clause 2, I intend to say that it should have consequential effect. Mr. Speaker, maybe whilst I'm listening to the leader, I will open for the meaning of both promote and regulate within my legal thesaurus dictionary, William Starsky, an authority on that subject. But I don't accept that we should use the word promote. An authority, what are they to do? They are not to facilitate, they are to regulate, because you say there is problem with drainage and other matters. I shall submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, in the context, promote is better than regulate, because in terms of the planning, they are involved in planning. They are involved in the designing, in fact, the construction of bridges. The hydrological service, now to be an authority, is involved. So it is not just regulating. They are promoting, they are facilitating, and if you like, executing as well. That is why promoting is a better word in this context. And I'll say it there.
Yes, Adaku. Honorable Speaker, I agree with the position of the minority leader. But could we have a compromise to add promote and regulate? Because unlike other authorities, if you read this bill, it appears that they are also actually going to take some actions themselves. They are not only setting out policies, they may go as far as even causing a design to be done and other things. So if they are involved in that activity, it is not only regulation, they are also getting involved in some level of activity. That is what I'm saying. Could we have a compromise, if it will not be fatal, to add the leader's recommendation of regulating? And in fact, we've used both words in past legislations before. Promote and regulate. I don't think it will be a bad idea, Mr. Speaker. It would actually just enhance the bill, Mr. Speaker. So my request would be to add. Yes, don't disagree with me.
Mr. Speaker, I have with me, as I said, the legal thesaurus dictionary to guide me. Regulate, to adjust or control by a rule, method, or principle. The agency regulates the quantity of material dumped in the river, as an example. To direct or to fix. Now, Mr. Speaker, the same dictionary now defines promote, to contribute to the growth or enlargement. So, regulate is a more elegant word than promote, unless he wants to insist on it. I do not see how a Ghana Hydrological Authority is to promote. I have difficulty. Promote hydrological services, not regulate it. No, I know, but I disagree strongly, and no, it's an authority. Okay, maybe Kwame's rendition to regulate and promote. Maybe leader we marry the two. And I say regulate and promote, I'm fine. Mr. Speaker, regulate and promote, yes. No, promote standing alone, leader, I have difficulty with it.
Speaker, currently the hydro department does do design and supervision. So they carry out activity beyond the regulation. That is why I'm saying that, in fact, even the long title, we probably have to do something to it by adding authority to regulate and promote. So I'm of the view that for us to make some progress, we can change that regulation to read to regulate and promote.
Mr. Speaker, come to page 4, functions of the authority. 3, to achieve the object under subsection 2, the authority shall come to E, encourage and regulate private sector participation. Is provided further. So I'm just saying that wherever we have the word promote, marry it with regulate, promote and regulate. We are only strengthening what they will do. No, I've since abandoned that after I heard you and Kwame Abuja. So marry the two. Thank you.
Yes. So,
Speaker, I think the rendition should be regulate and promote, because I'm looking at the functions of the authority, and you look at 3J in particular, which says that ensure uniform standards of observation of hydrological phenomena in the country. That is more or less regulatory than promoting. So it should be regulate and promote.
Mr. Speaker, I believe to the extent that the minority leader has abandoned his original position of deleting, promote, and inserting regulate, if we have to put the two together, I think it's not fatal. However, it should rather read promote and regulate, not regulate and promote. So promote and regulate.
So leader, then give us the rendition.
So it will read,
at least from what yesterday.
So as you read for clause 2,
Mr. Speaker, first, I think to do what is right. You know, yesterday you put the question on clause 2 as variously amended. But yes, the question was put on clause 2 as variously amended. But since we are masters of our own rule, we can go back, right, and rescind that decision and now do this. So we'll rescind the decision for purposes of this amendment that has been done. So once we appreciate that, we'll go back to 2. And for 2, that is the object. The object of authority now would read is to promote and regulate. As we did yesterday, Mr. Speaker, then we'll come to A, hydrological service. The construct for yesterday will hold, except to add the words and regulate after promote in the preambular of 2. Thank you very much.
Leader, I want you to...
So, Mr. Speaker, it will read, yes. The object of the authority is to promote and regulate A, hydrological service delivery for the planning, design, execution, operation, and maintenance of Roman number 1, flood control mechanisms. Roman number 2, works related to coastal engineering, sewerage, drainage improvement, and river. Yesterday we were struggling whether it should be river channel or river course development. But Mr. Speaker, I guess we can leave that one to the draft first. We agreed on river channel development, and B, operational and applied hydrology for the quantification, conservation, development of the water resources of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the full complement of it. As I said in the preamble, we only tweak to add the words "and regulate after promote." So that is the new addition. And as I said, as for the channel and course, yes, that's.
So, honourable members, I'll put the question for further amendment. That will be the object of the authority is to promote and regulate hydrological services. So this is the further amendment. All those in favor of the further amendment to the clause 2 say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 2, the further amendment is adopted. So,
No, Speaker. So we should just bear in mind that when we come to the long title, we would have to, yes, consequentially, we need to add regulate to and promote to that. Thank you.
So, honourable members, I put the entire clause 2 as further amended. All those in favor of clause 2 as further amended in the various clauses say aye. All those against say no. Clause 2 as variously amended is hereby adopted. We now move to functions of the authority. Sorry.
Functions of the authority.
Yes. Leader.
Speaker, before the Vice Chairman sorts himself out, let me begin with 3A, which they are proposing to 3A. They propose that we should have the word, we should delete sewage engineering and insert sewerage. So that it read, advise government on matters related to hydrology, flood control, drainage engineering, sewerage, and coastal engineering generally. That is from them. They want to change the word sewage to sewerage. Mr. Speaker, if you read the amendment well, it's intended to replace the two words, sewage engineering, and then replacing it with sewerage. So it will just be drainage engineering, sewerage, and coastal engineering generally. I disagree. I think that really it is the sewage that must be deleted, and then we insert sewerage. The engineering should remain. So it's sewerage engineering. That is for 3A. No, sewage to sewerage. Yes. The two are not the same. We are maintaining the engineering.
SEWERAG. Honourable members,
Yes, Mr.
the
Speaker.
amendment proposal is before us.
Mr. Speaker, that will have consequential effect as we move along. That is sewage, wherever sewage appears, we should read sewerage. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, maybe you'll put a question on that one, and then we'll be clear, and then I will relate to the second one.
Very well. So, honourable members, the amendment on A is before us. I'm coming.
I don't think there's a need to add engineering to the series. I agree entirely with leader because
the original proposal
yes,
is made.
Yes, I agree with his rendition. But you see, sewerage is already a mechanical engineering issue. I mean, basically collect the sewage into the sewerage to convey it somewhere. So it's already an engineered infrastructure. So I don't see why you need to add engineering to sewerage because it's already a mechanical engineering installation. Yeah, exactly. So once you call sewerage, it is obviously you are talking about a mechanical engineering infrastructure. That is what it is. It collects surface water, which is the sewage, into the sewerage, which I agree with him. But adding engineering, I'm not sure whether it's necessary to add engineering to the first one and the second one, because all of them, they are still adding engineering, and I'm not sure if it's necessary. It may not actually destroy the bill, but we can make it more elegant by just leaving it drainage and sewage. So I'm not sure whether the leader would agree with me that I agree with him, but that we change sewage to sewerage because that is the right thing. It's sewage, not sewage, because sewage is actually the product that goes through the sewage. But the engineering, I don't think it's. In fact, Mr. Speaker, even to talk about drainage engineering, Mr. Speaker, drainage, everybody knows what drainage is. Yeah. So why drainage engineering, sewage engineering? I think we should delete engineering and engineering, just instead what leader said.
No, don't you think drainage is being qualified? I mean, drainage engineering. We are engineering drainage. How? So I don't think it's more or less a qualification to it. I don't see anything wrong with drainage engineering.
Yes, because drainage cannot be anything apart from drainage, from mechanical engineering. It's drainage. You know, that is why the intervention of the leader is very important. That sewage is different from sewerage. Once it's sewerage, I don't think we need to add engineering to it. But what the difference is basically that drainage, everybody knows what drainage is. But I leave it with maybe.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, in essence, what the Honorable Abuja is relating to is a truism. But I think the emphasis there is just to make a distinction between the engineering services that they are supposed to do and also the management services. Is the reason why they are making that distinction. So even though it appears to be an overkill, for purposes of the bill, I guess we can maintain that.
So, leader, can you now give me the rendition?
So, Mr. Speaker, it should be to advise government on matters related to hydrology, flood control, drainage engineering, sewerage engineering, and coastal engineering generally. Mr. Speaker, that is the one. So I just want us to agree on that. And there's something that really I wanted to also relate to. Mr. Speaker, maybe I can box it in. It has to do with what we have there. That is in A, and it repeats itself in many places. If you look at A, the bill is talking about coastal engineering. Coastal engineering. And then you come to C, they're talking about coastal engineering and beach erosion. Then other places they are talking about, I think, shore. The three words connote different meanings. The coast is really. Come on. Yes. Yes, Speaker, the coast is just the zone of land that borders the sea. That's the coast. The beach, so it relates just to the sea. The beach covers the two. The beach is the land bordering the sea, and that strip of land bordering the sea and the mainland. Yeah. It's also the beach. You can have a beach relating to a lake. But when you talk about the coast, it just relates to the sea. So we must make the decision. What is it that we want? And if we want a more generic term, then it's rather the beach engineering and not coastal engineering. But I know that the emphasis is also perhaps on the coastal defense, which we refer to as sea defense, as if we are defending the sea. We are not defending the sea, we are rather defending the coast, the land, right? So I think we should be clear in our mind. And that is where maybe the sponsors should have been here to be assisting. What is it really that they want to achieve? Is it the beach, which then will relate? Because if you're talking about the beach, we'll be talking about, say, the water lake, the land bordering the lake and the mainland. Osumpin, which is now receding. What must be done to protect it? Right? So it relates to those lakes as well. But if it is just coastal engineering, it's just the coast, where the sea is. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a bit of a problem.
Yes. Yes, Honorable BM.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is advising that given the decision I have provided, perhaps we should go on as it is, and then maybe if we have to come back subsequently, we may come back so that we are able to make some progress.
Very well. So, Kofi, do you want to say something?
Mr. Speaker, we're just going to say, considering the difficulties we're having in terms of where to position like Lake Bosunchi or the Volta, we can say coastal and water bodies. So that could take care of the Lake Bosunchi and then other non-marine water bodies that may find themselves inland. But Mr. Speaker, moving to the earlier one, sewerage, like Honorable Abuja said, is a system that we cannot say sewerage engineering. Sewerage captures the drainage, the system that is developed to collect waste and drain it for sewerage. So if we say sewerage engineering, then it's becoming like maybe tautology. And so that is where I have a difficulty. But we do have the term drainage engineering. We have a term drainage engineering, but we don't have sewerage engineering. And we also have coastal engineering. It also exists. But if there is difficulty that if we use coastal engineering here, it will limit us to just the coastal establishment without the inland water bodies, then we can add water bodies. But if we are okay that we don't want to add, we will give interpretation to what we mean by coastal engineering, then that is fine, to take care of the inland water bodies. Then we can accept it and give interpretation later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we still come back to, is it sewage engineering or sewerage engineering? Yes, my brother, let me hear you.
Yeah, I think the word should be sewage management, as we do in waste management.
A new one.
Mr. Speaker, sewage management is a completely different matter. It is the product that goes through sewage, that is sewage. So we are not actually concerned only about whether it's in Parliament, runoff water from the roofs go through a sewage system. When you use the lavatory, a product goes through a sewage system. So we are not talking about money. We are talking about a law, an engineering that goes through, that defines the infrastructure that you need to have in place. Sewage management is for local assemblies to deal with. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, if that is the case, can we just accept what leader has said and then we put the question on it? Since we are going to come back to it, then we can make some progress. Yeah.
Somebody also maintained the original that it should be sewage engineering. So that's why I'm a bit.
Then it should make the application so that we vote on it.
Who can they say?
The honorable member who spoke, may I know where he comes from so that I can properly address him? You are from a Akan constituency. Are you from a Akan constituency? Akan constituency. I understand. I understand why you are saying this. So, as I was saying, you know, in the interpretation section, it defined sewage engineering. We can just improve it. As I'm saying, it was just to make a distinction between the engineering works and the maintenance. So, not to worry. I guess we can move on. And just so what the Honorable Kofi Adams was talking about, perhaps we could combine coastal, not water body, but coastal and beach engineering. But for the time being, let's leave it at the coastal. Let's move on. Maybe we'll see what to do.
So are you then supposed to put the amendment?
Speaker, what leader, his rendition, we can take that one, and then you put a question on that. When we come back, we can revisit the entire thing.
Well. Honourable members, now the amendment so honourable members, the amendment as advertised on the other paper, clause 3, A, line 2, delete sewage engineering and insert sewerage. So now it becomes further amendment to sewerage engineering. So all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the number we have here, we should get proper responses. So, honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is adopted. So we move to I, cross 3. Amendment proposed. Chairman. Now Vice Chairman, okay.
Mr. Speaker, I have to register that I just became a member of this committee. And so when the committee was Look, I have a problem with it.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, let me propose the amendment. The amendment on the paper, that is for 3B, is to delete hydrology and insert hydrological. But Mr. Speaker, further amendment to that. I want to propose a further amendment to the B. Because B reads, provide hydrology, indeed, in this case, hydrological and drainage engineering services for, and if you're reading, for the prevention of floods, for the prevention of flood warning. You are not preventing flood warning. For the prevention of flood management. You are not preventing flood management. So just do a rearrangement so that if it reads, if flood management comes first, and then followed by flood warning and prevention of floods, then will come last. Then to make it sound better. So that it will read, provide hydrological and drainage engineering services for flood management, flood warning, and the prevention of floods. Yeah, that is a better rendition.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, the leader should re-look at the 3A. 3B. Mr. Speaker, the word flood warning and flood management at the tail end of B are all superfluous and unnecessary. It should just read as it said, provide hydrological and drainage engineering services for the prevention of floods. You end it there. The rest of the words are not necessary. My view, they are not necessary. You see, how are you going to prevent the floods? Through flood warning and flood management. That's my view. I'm just expressing it. So you don't need those words. You just need to say, provide hydrological and drainage engineering services for the prevention of floods. Full stop. The rest of the words, delete them. It is neater. Okay, I'll remove the full, then stop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But I think that is more elegant that way. You don't need to say flood warning and flood management. When you are warning, to achieve what? When you are managing, to achieve what? To prevent those floods. But maybe if there are technical words that provide technical meaning, let me hear the expertise in that enterprise. Thank you.
Yes, Barry.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I agree. I understand the position of leader, but you see, this particular clause wants to do three things. It's talking about providing hydrological and drainage engineering services for one. One is to take steps that will prevent the flood from happening. The other one is that, truth be told, no matter what the installation you put in place, it is possible that the flooding may happen. So in that case, what do? You have to put in some interventions. Take, for instance, a good part of London is below the Thames when it yields. Okay, so we have the Thames barrier. So at a point in time, you can deploy the Thames barrier to prevent the water from coming in at all. That is if you feel that the tide will be too high and actually cause flooding. So it is important to indicate that you are not only trying to prevent, but in case the threat is coming, you need to warn people that you can't control. You need to warn people. So I think that the way we have arranged it should show the three events possible. That would be more appropriate, Mr. Speaker. But if it were not so, it would have been easier to just say management, because management can include all those other things.
So you insist that we maintain the flood warning. We were saying that we should maintain the flood warning and flood management. Okay. And arrangement, that's what you are talking about. So, leader, you were saying it should be flood management.
Mr. Speaker, just the rearrangement.
Okay.
So, otherwise, we may break it up, provide hydrology and drainage engineering services 4, and then you have Roman number 1, the prevention of floods. Roman number 2, flood warning. Roman number 3, flood management. You can also do it that way.
Yes, yes.
That's neater.
I think that is
Wonderful. Wonderful. So, Mr. Speaker, we can put a question on that.
Yes. We are passed out.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I think the use of the word prevention of flood is, in some engineering sense, not right. You can never prevent floods. You can only control floods. So you should rather read for the control of floods. Yes, for the control of floods. As for the prevention, so that the rain inundation is so serious, no matter the ground engineering, you will still have the flood, but they have to be controlled. So, leader, I want you to look at it. You can't prevent floods, no matter the level of your witchcraft.
So on club member for Abuja South, you were a former minister for Western Housing, and looking at our drains we had in Accra.
Yes.
If you see that the drains are filled with silt,
yes,
right?
Yes.
You can then jump into conclusion that if you don't distill them,
yes,
it's easy to get flood when it rains.
Yes.
So it means preventing flooding. It means when you desilt your drains, it means you are preventing.
Yes.
Can't you see that analogy?
You can desilt.
That desilting the
yes,
drainage.
you can desilt, but then you could still have floods. That is why the desilting is intended to control the floods. But to say that you want to prevent flooding, with a greater respect, is not good engineering sense. It can never be the case that you prevent flooding. It can never be the case.
Honourable member for Peter, are you an engineer? You are an engineer. Are you an engineer? Okay, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I don't need to be an engineer before I contribute to this ruling. Prevention, when you talk about prevention, control is part of a prevention. That's what I want to do. But in disease control, prevention and control is part of the prevention. That is what I want to address.
We can deal with the semantics, all right, but indeed, you can prevent flooding. Mr. Speaker, it's a factor of a volume of water that you know through data go through a particular channel. So if the channel is small, you know that maybe it will overflow. So if you take steps to create bigger channels and then the volume can be maintained, it is actually a step you've taken to prevent flooding. That is why we are saying that we should maintain the three things we are saying here. So to say that you cannot prevent flooding, if you can't prevent flooding, then there are so many cities in the world that shouldn't even exist. Half of Holland shouldn't even exist. They exist simply because we have actually prevented those cities from flooding. So you can actually prevent flooding. Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the recognition to participate in this business. Speaker, in this business. Mr. Speaker, I have heard a lot of engineering terms, flood levels, volume of water and all, but they all depend on how much rain is falling, how much. So naturally you can only manage the volume of water that is coming, depending on the mechanisms available. Because when it rains continuously for 3 days, the runoff will be such that whatever systems you have in place may not contain the volume of water. And if it rains for 30 minutes, you would think that you have enough mechanism to be able to control. But it depends on the level of precipitation And that's it. But Mr. Speaker, with all these interesting engineering terms, the House is very demotivated in handling this matter. Very, very demotivated. Mr. Speaker, we are in an Article 102 circumstance. Every clause we are considering, I see my very venerable deputy majority leader, I'll be here for nearly 30 minutes. He appears disinterested. He's tired. He's been here since morning. This is a house very, very demotivated. Let's go and come back tomorrow, where we have the vim to be able to consider. So this is a quorum matter, decisional quorum. Every clause we are considering, Mr. Speaker, is decisional. Decisional. So Abdullah number one. Let me emphasize, Abdullah number one, not number two. Abdullah number one versus the Attorney General. Very clear. Decisional quorum. Every clause we are considering and adopting is decisional. And the optics are not good. Let's go and come back tomorrow with him so that we can do this business. And I know I can anticipate the majority leader stampeding me on this matter, but I want to urge him to second me on this matter. That it is clear, it is beyond doubt that the House is very demotivated. If he wants us to suspend for 30 minutes to motivate the House so that we can come back and do even this one up to midnight, we'll be willing to do that. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Let me come to leader.
Mr. Speaker, I will plead with you that if you see a certain Rosinda Fiamapo who dresses in black and white gabs and indeed caps his head with a black cap, the Speaker, you must go beyond what is behind the man in terms of recognition in the House. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, the vision and mission of every government will be in fighting corruption, will be to uproot corruption. You may not succeed. Doesn't mean that you then will say that you want to control corruption. No. You want to uproot it, but if you're not able to do it, you work to minimize it. You work to minimize it. So it is a function of engineering to really work towards preventing frauds. If you're not able to do it, maybe you end up minimizing it. So that is how it is.
Mr. Speaker, to assure the Honorable Nelson that there was gentleman understanding with you that we work to deal with clause 3, 4, and 5. We know that normally when it gets to consideration stage, members are not keen or as enthusiastic as they should be. But Mr. Speaker, even where we are, myself and the leader will have to, with your authority now, recline out to receive the petition on your behalf. I understand that is why Director of Public Affairs Kate Ado was here. But just to assure Nelson that we want others to learn the process of lawmaking. And then the discussion and debate, even on these functions, allows all of us some learning experiences. And therefore, if he wants to insist that no question should be put, probably that we'll respect. But we need many of our colleagues to take interest in the legal engineering of words, where now we are struggling between Agboje's control and the former boss Kofi Adams prevention. Is a debate of it. Is a richer. So, leader, we may have to recline with Speaker's authority so that they continue with it. They are here. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I want to support the majority leader regarding the use of the word prevention. So, Speaker, if you look at the marginal notes, it's functions of the authority. So we are talking about functions of the authority. And as part of the functions of the authority, the rendition is saying to achieve the object under Section 2, the authority shall provide hydrology and drainage engineering services for prevention of flood. So you are providing those services for prevention of flood. So, yes, so as a first commitment, you are working towards the prevention. If we talk about control, I think control is covered here by the use of the word flood management. Flood management is flood control. So the control is already there, but the responsibility that I'm giving you is to provide services towards the flood control and flood prevention. So the use of the prevention here, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, is not misplaced.
Speaker, I think we are all clear now that the three words used to qualify flooding are properly placed. Indeed, you can take steps to prevent flooding if it happens. Then you can take other steps in managing the effect or minimizing the negative effect of that. That is all the bill is about. So I think we can make progress.
So, Leader, get me the rendition so that I put the question.
Mr. Speaker, just to rehash. Provide hydrological and drainage engineering services for Roman number 1, the prevention of floods. Roman number 2, flood warning. And Roman number 3, and flood management. So that should be the flow.
I think it's okay. So,
with all due respect, the use of the word hydrological, what has been defined here is hydrology, and that is the term used in the rendition. And if I go to page 18, hydrology means the study dealing with the physical, chemical, and physiological reaction of water with the rest of the earth and its relation to life of the earth. That is why probably the word used here is provide hydrology as pertaining to the definition that has been provided. That is the study, and then the drainage engineering services for the prevention of flood warning and flood management. Because your hydrological has not been defined.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in the context, if you read the B, it's talking about the provision of hydrological engineering services. It's not hydrology. It's providing hydrological engineering services and providing drainage engineering services. So that is how it is. That is why we are changing the word hydrology to hydrological. You could maybe, for avoidance of doubt, say provide hydrological engineering services and drainage engineering services, but it will be an overkill. So you can say provide hydrological and drainage engineering services. If you want us to repeat it for avoidance of doubt, that could also be done. And we can leave that to the draft persons. Yes, that really is what is intended to say.
Honourable members.
The particular rendition is not intending to define hydrology. The definition of hydrology is quite known. This is to put the activity in context. So hydrological is appropriate in the context. So the proposal to change hydrology to hydrological. Yes, fine. We can say hydrological because yes. But we can't leave it as it is in the bill, hydrology. It has to be hydrological. If my colleague is talking about adding services to the engineering services to the hydrology, that's fine.
So, honourable members, provide hydrological and drainage engineering, the I, prevention of flood, II, flood warning, III, flood management.
Speaker, the preamble should end at 4. And the Roman number 1 then will begin the prevention of floods. There is not part of the preamble. It will end at 4.
So 4.
And the word they will come to Roman number 1. The prevention of floods. Roman number 2, flood warning. Then we'll have a semicolon after flood warning. Then we'll have and. Then Roman number 3 then will be floods management.
Honourable members, the amendment proposed to be, as has been moved by the leader, as to provide hydrological and drainage engineering services for I, prevention of floods, II, flood warning, and III, flood management. All those in favor of that amendment, say aye. All those against the amendment, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Yes. Leader.
Speaker, there's no advertisement for 3C, but it brings into forward the issue that we raised earlier. The issue that we raised earlier when I provided the distinction between coastal and beach. So you see that C says provide coastal engineering services for the management of beach erosion. What are we talking about? So maybe we can, if we leave it there, we then can go to coastal engineering to broaden the definition of coastal engineering, right? To make it much more encapsulating, to include beach, right? Attending to beach erosion. So the beach includes coastal, but coastal will not necessarily include beach. I think that the way to go around it is to provide a broader definition to coastal engineering, to really include engineering related to beaches, right, in the interpretation section, and then I think we'll be covered. Yes, so I think that will really cure that mischief. Well, thank you.
Yes, Sola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think to give our work consistency, I think it is to go with leader's suggestion so that we will have it at coastal instead of erosion beach. Beach erosion. We should have it at coastal for consistency's sake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Manuel, I want.
Mr. Speaker, if you go to the definition at page 18, coastal engineering is defined, and the definition states coastal engineering means the study dealing with the management of beach erosion and related data and information. That's the definition provided in page 18. So over here, having regard to that particular definition of coastal engineering, to say to provide coastal engineering services for the management of beach erosion. Looking at the definition of coastal engineering, which encapsulates beach erosion, I wonder how we can have a coastal engineering for management of a beach erosion. Probably we may have to end it, provide coastal engineering services.
Yes.
Having regard to the definition of coastal engineering.
That's what I have. Mr. Speaker, I was on 3C. I have looked at the definition as guided by one of the professionals at table. 3C should just read, provide coastal engineering services. The rest of the words should go. Yes. I agree with the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo. Mr. Speaker, I see Ketado is standing by the leader. So on 3D, so that you take it on board. When you say formulate strategies, what about policy? I'm working out with you. I'm anticipating you are not ready. Okay, Mr. Speaker, so on 3C, provide coastal engineering services. The rest of the word or the management of beach erosion is not necessary. Thank you. Services. They will be wary of beaches. They will be wary of the kind of things which has happened in many areas where we have the sea disturbing those communities. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with leader, because see, if you go and read the definition of coastal engineering, which says means the study dealing with management of beach erosion and related data information. If you bring that into this context, then it is probably possible to just leave this as provide generally coastal engineering services, and then leave the rest, because it's already defined here. I'm not even sure whether we even need that particular clause, but I think we can. What we shouldn't do is to change the arrangement of the words here, because it actually meets what the definition of coastal engineering is. So we either leave it or just shorten the sentence slightly, because obviously the coastal engineering includes the beach. Mr. Speaker, if I have my way, I would say we should abandon this particular amendment completely. Yes, exactly.
Honorable Member, there is this position of Honorable Kwame that we should maintain the original.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the principle in what the minority leader and the Honorable Ahiafo are saying. But you see, we're not just talking about coastal engineering. We're talking about the services, coastal engineering services. It's not just the study of coastal engineering, which would relate to the beaches as well, but it's the provision of the engineering services. So I think that we should leave it. We should leave it as it is. Provide coastal engineering service for the management of beach erosion. So let's leave it as it is.
What did they say? We should leave it like that. Okay, very well. So we step down the amendment. So C remains.
we are proceeding with the 3D, the amendment on 3D. 3D.
We've done 3D. I. Is that the one we are? IV. Okay, all right. Okay. So, okay, Mr. Speaker, the IV plus 3 amendment proposed. Paragraph D, line 3, delete sewage and insert sewage, and do same wherever sewage appears in the bill. Mr. Speaker, I think this is consequential. We dealt with this in II, so it's consequential.
And this one.
Yes, so I don't know why it's there, but since it's there, we can take
So you've done that.
Exactly.
So let's move to V.
Okay. But since it's been advertised, maybe we still need to put a vote on it.
Speaker, with respect, there's a further amendment to be effected, which will delete C, defense projects, and insert coastal. Delete C and insert coastal. Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, before we have the rendition, formulate strategies for the effective mobilization of resources for the execution of hydrological storm water. Mr. Speaker, I beg to propose an amendment to this, that we delete storm water to insert surface or runoff drainage. So, Mr. Speaker, would insert surface or runoff and delete storm water.
Mr. Speaker, before leaders' thing is taken, IV is advertised. So we still need to take a decision on it. We can't just abandon it. We need to take it.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. We don't have quorum. Just
goes through. Then I am talking about a further amendment, so that is a composite thing.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, I'm in support of the amendment in respect of the use of the coastal. Because, Speaker, where we are at the coast, we are in a coastal area, but we are not close to the beach. So, these are engineering matters that are supposedly to be done in areas at the coast. So, I support that. And then again, there's fortification for deputy majority leaders, additional amendment in terms of the use of surface runoff, particularly advertised in clause 39 in item number XXII. So it means that it is an anticipated amendment will carry. So it's in tandem with its position. So I think that the House should adopt it. Humbly submitted.
So, honorable members, I think I need to put the question on the D. Right? The D. Even though the same C defense appears on E, I think we have to. You say you are changing storm water into
surface and runoff. That is on D. And that's received the support of my colleagues.
I think storm water is a technical word.
Mr. Speaker, with respect,
It's a technical word, storm water.
Mr. Speaker,
that engineer.
Speaker, with respect, this is an amendment from the majority leader, which amendment, in his view, after some winnowing, he found it necessary to put in. And I move this motion on his behalf since he is unavoidably absent for the time being. So, Mr. Speaker, if some disagreement or there is any disagreement, we can always come back. This is the first consideration. We can again also put it on ice, but as far as I'm concerned, I stand by the position taken by the proponent of the motion and say that it is intended that storm water be deleted and surface or runoff be inserted.
For this, I mean,
Mr. Speaker, if the volume of water in a drain is manageable within the drainage, then we don't have any problem. When the volume is becoming a threat, so we use the word stormwater as a term of art in this particular context. So I don't think we should attempt to change it. Basically, you are basically trying to break down what the meaning of stormwater in many words instead of just using the word stormwater. So maybe the best thing we can do, since leader is a significant person leading this, we could actually abandon this one until he comes back. Then we can tell him why we think that his proposal is not acceptable to us.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that storm water is a technical term used by the technical people, and that is why they have storm drains and they have the normal drains. And so we should still allow it to stay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Available leader.
Mr. Speaker, I heard the argument that stormwater is a term of art, or it's a technical word. I have gone through the definition. I haven't seen any definition for stormwater. So the idea that the proponent of the amendment that it should be changed is currently not available, and then we should defer it to abide by him coming. I will support that particular idea to come and give a rationale underpinning the amendment that he is proposing.
To hold on to this and move on, so that when he comes, you just so ye. I think the ye also have storm. The ye also have storm water. So can we move to F? Okay. Water drainage, the primary elevation of storm water. F, sorry. Then G is advertised, so we can take the G. Honorable members, I think G is advertised, so let's take the G. G is advertised, clause, that is V on today's paper. So paragraph G, line 2, delete surface and insert water. Honorable members, all those in favor of the amendment proposed, say aye. All those against, say no. Amendment is adopted. We move to H. H. Amendment proposed. Paragraph H, line 2 and 3. Delete.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Some people of procedural jurisprudence are in this room, and if prudence is even being sustained, they may use procedure to crush prudence. So, Mr. Speaker, it appears that you moved the motion for the said amendment. So let me move it so that you put the question, so that they don't come back. I've seen them making some moves. So, Mr. Speaker, clause 3, paragraph G, line 2, delete surface and insert water.
Honourable members, the deputy chairman has moved. All in favour of the amendment proposed, say aye. All those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried.
I believe strongly that some things are not meant for your ears. So the deputy majority leader ought not to have drawn your attention to that.
So if we ratify it.
We know the procedure, but we recognize the fact that the rules are now relaxed. Other than that, the vice chairman will not be sitting down there, and the leader will rather be moving the amendment in the name of the chairman of the committee. In the House chairman, it is the vice chairman who is supposed to be moving the amendment. But we know the rules are relaxed. So the leader is accommodated to move the amendment, so there wouldn't be any procedural issue.
Mr. Speaker, just for the records, a member reminded me that a little joke in this chamber was used as a propaganda in his constituency. So I just want to resolve this matter. The honourable member, who is now the vice chair, only joined the committee as a result of a recent reshuffle. When every work of the committee was done, please. So no impression should be created. No impression should be created that a vice chair is well seated here, yet he's failing to discharge his duty. No. That's why I'm saying that, because you never know which opponent is now picking it and may want to use it at a certain time. So let us get it clear. Leadership or available leadership have the capacity to conduct business of the House. Kwame moved the previous motion. Yes, and I'm saying that he did. So we are working together in a manner that is acceptable to the House. But I'm saying that don't refer to the vice chair. He just joined the committee. That's all the point I want to make. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
Fine. Let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I looked through the bill. I didn't see the definition of water transport. What we just changed, surface transport to water transport. It may be important that when we get to the definitions, we actually describe what, because somebody will call it marine, somebody will call it, so it may be necessary for us to define what water transport is when we get to the definitions, our interpretations. Not now, but just that it goes into the record that we might have to do that.
So now we move to the question. Yes, please put the question. So now we move to VI, yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, VI clause 3, amendment proposed. Paragraph H, lines 2 and 3, delete and groundwater. Delete and groundwater. As so moved, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to seek clarification for the proposed amendment. Is it because the hydrological services are not mandated to collect data on groundwater, or you are assuming that surface water and groundwater are the same? Because they are fundamentally different.
Right now, Speaker, actually, okay, the definition of hydrology includes groundwater, but the understanding is that there's a separate government entity that deals with water generally. But I agree with what my brother is saying. We can't delete groundwater, because in some cases, your solution is to channel that water into the ground. So there are places that you can actually take water, channel water into the ground as a reservoir. So I don't think we should delete it. I think it's a bad idea to delete groundwater. In this case, Mr. Speaker, I will recommend that we abandon this particular chairman. Leader, I would encourage you to abandon this particular amendment and we make progress. Because if you check the definition of hydrology, it includes the study of all things, including groundwater. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to believe that the idea of deleting the groundwater came about because Chairman felt that the Water Resources Commission is the one in charge of groundwater per our laws. But like Honorable just said, I think we should still leave the groundwater because hydrological services, I don't think this law will mandating them to be mining water and so if we leave it at that, it will help because even in the construction of drains, it's possible that there will be a point that the Hydrological Services Authority will have to deal with groundwater. And so if we take it off and just leave it as maybe people who deal with only surface water, it won't be appropriate. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I believe strongly that the rationale behind this amendment is because collection of data and information on groundwater is a function of a different entity. So once it is a function of different entity, in making this particular law, we can no longer make it a function of the Ghana Hydrological Authority. Other than that, you will have two entities performing the same function, which will not be good. So once this is a function of another entity, I believe strongly the idea to delete it is in good direction.
Surface. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my brother is saying that the collection of data on surface water is the function of another public entity. We need to assure ourselves that that is the case, because I find it strange that a hydrological authority will be mandated to collect data on only surface water and leave underground water. That would be a very strange occasion. So if indeed he is very sure that there's an agency that has that mandate, maybe we need to inform ourselves before we make the error of overlooking this important function of the authority.
So, do you have the question?
Mr. Speaker, you want to step it? No, Mr. Speaker, in an unengineered situation, the reason the water stands there is because maybe the water table is high. or it's clay, so the water can't get there. If this entity can't collect data on that, how is it going to make an intervention? We are not saying they should go and create a dam or to go and drill borehole. That is not what it is. It's talking about data collection. So they can say that maybe the intervention is not to build concrete drains or pipe drains. Maybe it's just to channel the water through a land where the aquifer is okay, so the water can drain naturally. So this is not to say that they are being asked to go and take the job of the Water Commission or anything. It's just to collect data. So they can even their data. In fact, their data is important for the Water Commission because theirs is not to do something with the ground.
Yes. Speaker, it is not just about collection of data. Let's look at the rendition in full. The state establish, organize, and manage hydrological station for the collection of data and information on surface water and groundwater. So it's talking about establishment, it's talking about organization, and it's talking about management of the station. So if this is already a function of another entity, we cannot be asking the authority to go and establish.
Yes. Do you have anything evidence of that?
To go and self-organize and manage such stations.
Yes. The collection of the data.
Yes. Because we are establishing.
At the moment, we are not aware of any other entity which, Water Resources Commission, unless my good friend can show us which part of Water Commission's law ask them to do exactly the same thing. I think we can proceed. This is not to interfere with Water Commission, Ghana Water Commission, Mr. Speaker. I think this rendition is appropriate, and we should not delete groundwater, because in any case, Mr. Speaker, when you say hydrology, it actually includes groundwater.
Yes, member for Paderson.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, Mr. Speaker, we know, and it is a notorious fact, that when committees sit, they sit with their technical team. This is an amendment coming from the committee. Mr. Speaker, this is an amendment coming from the committee. This is an amendment coming from the committee, aided by the technical team and the proponents of the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to put this across, just to appreciate the fact that the sponsors of the bill, together with the technical team that are going to implement this bill, when it is finally passed into law, have proposed this amendment. This is not an amendment coming from an individual member of this House, where the technical competence of the said proposal may be questioned. So I hold a view then, with the greatest respect to Kwame Agboja, that he should yield to the position taken by the sponsors of the bill, the technical team, and the proposal, the position taken by the committee, unanimously. Because they arrived at this proposal, by consensus, as one body. There was no such disagreement. So I would want him to allow the proposed amendment to pass. They think that it's a superfluous, we don't need it to be there, and they have assessed, looked at all of the grounds, and they know that they are going to implement it, and they have come to this conclusion. So I would beg of my colleague to allow this amendment to pass. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let him go to Paderson.
Honorable Speaker, upon
listening to the submission of the Deputy Majority Leader, I am tempted to go by his views. Suffice to say that I heard some of our colleagues saying that a particular entity has the mandate to do that. So if they could mention that entity or agency so that we are convinced that it is done by agency ABC, then we can make progress. But to just say that an entity does that without giving out the specifics, then it makes it a bit complicated. So if we can get that particular entity, then we can proceed and go by the proposed amendment. Thank you.
I agree with him, Mr. Speaker. This clause is only talking about data collection. I don't see how two different state agencies collecting data can become a bad idea. In fact, it can rather make that data stronger. Mr. Speaker, the definition of hydrology includes groundwater. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the interventions the hydrological or the development authority would make would actually include sometimes dealing with groundwater. So I'm not sure why we should delete groundwater in this case. It doesn't spoil anything. It's about data collection. Mr. Speaker, in this country, the number of situations in which you have to provide your date of birth, it doesn't mean anything. It just reinforces the data. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we should belabor the point. Just not deleting groundwater will not make this bill, not fit for purpose. If the idea is to prevent us from prevent a theft war between Water Commission, I don't see how Water Commission will be angry that there's another data collected by somebody on water, on the surface and from on the ground. How does that make it difficult? In any case, these people are building their own station to collect the data. How does this make the work of the Ghana Water Commission superfluous? Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's a problem. Let's abandon this and make progress. We can.
So it means we maintain.
A committee of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying that when
whatever they presented is before us.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. Mr. Speaker, but I beg to make a submission with respect. Mr. Speaker, I beg to make a submission with respect. A committee of parliament's work is subject to the scrutiny of plenary. That is not in doubt. But when the plenary wants to shoot it down, there are certain matters to consider. And this is where I feel fortified to fight back by way of argument. One, the sponsors of the bill participated in the deliberations. The technical team that would be implementing this law have come to a conclusion together with the committee that the particular rendition be so amended. Mr. Speaker, I am not saying that when they come out with their views, we cannot say anything to the contrary. However, it is presumed to be regular. There is a presumption of regularity, especially when this is the sponsor of the bill. Mr. Speaker, at the risk of being repetitive, there is this presumption of regularity when the sponsor of the bill comes out to say that this is the way I think it would go. And our members in unanimity have agreed, and there were technical people on the committee. I am not doubting your technical competence. It is on that score that I'm saying that. Let us support the position taken by the committee, because this is a committee amendment. And by our practice, normally, hardly do we shoot down committee amendments. All of us belong to committees. When we labor on weekends to do work and we present our report, the assumption is that we have regularly undertaken our work, and plenary is to scrutinize, but not, as it were, to create an impression that nothing at all was done. In the worst of it, we can place it on ice. We can place it on ice. But I want us to respect the work of the committee by allowing this amendment. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
we had Water Resource Commission, and according to them, they deal with groundwater. So we decided to cede the issue of groundwater to Water Resource Commission. However, we made some discussions, and I remember the leader suggested that when it comes to construction, in the area of construction, groundwater is so important. If hydrology will have to also give technical advice as to how we could construct. So to see the entire place to Water Resource Commission will not be right. So if anything at all, technically, the two sectors can still have a role to play, but not limiting hydrology or Water Resource Commission to just a particular area. But I must be frank with you, Water Resource Commission argued seriously so that they can protect their territory, so that hydrology will not encroach on their area. But looking at it, I think we should have allowed hydrology to so have their way, because it will not destroy anything. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker,
He's the ranking member. So I think,
Mr. Speaker, you see, I have a little problem. My colleague who just spoke says that he's a member of the committee. Yeah, you are the ranking, Mr. Speaker. Good. That is even more encouraging. So, Mr. Speaker, now we have the ranking member of the committee at least giving us the bedroom view, the insider story of what had really gone into the deliberation. And I believe that between you and your chair, there was consensus in your report. So, Mr. Speaker, now, guided by the ranking that this amendment is the position of the committee, there is nothing more to add.
Honourable Member, let me put the question. The amendment proposed paragraph H, line 2, delete and groundwater. As all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is adopted. So we move to VII.
Speaker, with respect, I move that paragraph I, lines 2 and 3, delete and internationally. Paragraph I, lines 2 and 3, delete and internationally, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Honourable members, there is proposed amendment to paragraph I, line 2 and 3, delete internationally. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye.
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Services even find expression at UNESCO. So you are talking about delete international. What are we talking about? If it's about the context in which it's being used, then he hasn't even told us why they are deleting it. He just said delete international. And then we are putting the question to it. I would have said that outside the country is not necessarily what we should use. It's international. What is the meaning of outside the country?
Honourable members, the proposed amendment to cross
outside the country is not a
VII cross 3, paragraph I, line 2 and 3, delete internationally. Yes. So I'm putting the question. If you are supporting it, then
very well. I just want to say that internationally may be superfluous because of the use of the word outside the country. Because outside the country
it's international.
It's international. So it's just like saying international.
So all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is hereby adopted.
Country.
We move to VIII. Amendment proposed. Chairman. Deputy Chairman.
In the country and international. You are repeating country 2 times.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, with respect.
Chairman, let's go.
If Mr. Speaker will be pleased, I move that paragraph 1, lines 1 and 2, delete participate in local and international programs end. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, there's amendment proposed. Clause 3, VII, paragraph 1, line 1 and 2, delete participate in local and international programs end. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker,
the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is
for the leader to get the support from this side, he must not only move the motion, but tell us the reason why he's moving it. Otherwise, we're going to pass a law, and all of us will be ashamed of what we have done. You know.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with him.
So going forward, you have to give reasons to. So let's move to IX.
IX, yes. Mr. Speaker, I agree with him. That makes a lot of sense. Fortunately, members of the committee are here. The ranking member is here and now rightly seated by Kwame Abuja. So, honorable ranking member, I shall rely on you a lot in terms of the input, in terms of the explanation, whilst I do the procedural.
So, leader, why don't you even allow him to move the motions?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it can be a shared responsibility.
Because it's part of
Mr. Speaker, it can be a shared responsibility. I move, like it happens, senior counsel will move a motion and say, my lord, my junior will do the argument. I will let him do the argument. Yes, so I move.
Leader,
I move.
So, honorable upon.
Mr. Speaker, let me move and then he gives the explanation. Mr. Speaker,
you will move and he will give explanation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we agree. Mr. Speaker, he just aided us. Mr. Speaker, a moment ago, he assisted us with explanation and he solved the problem. So what I'm saying is that any motion that is moved is supposed to be justified. On this occasion, the understanding is that ranking is going to assist. So there's no problem. But ranking, that's your committee.
Chairman,
I'll proceed. Let me finish the motion, then you can come in. Let me move the motion. No, Mr. Speaker hasn't given you.
Yes, we move to IX.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I move that paragraph M deletes. No, Mr. Speaker, I move that paragraph M be deleted, Mr. Speaker. We are on clause 3. Clause 3. We see, you are not following.
Leader, address me.
Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing you. But I also need to explain to them. Mr. Speaker, M be deleted. That is all. Paragraph M be deleted. That is the committee's proposal.
Yes. The entire paragraph M is deleted. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thought we were dealing with VIII.
Oh, fine. You put the question. We are now IX. Bambi. We are IF.
Have you heard the question on?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I indicated today that during consideration the rules are relaxed. So if the member wants to seek your leave to visit the VIII, I think it will be in the interest of the House. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your leave to take you back to clause VIII, where it is proposed that we delete participate in local and international program. And, Mr. Speaker, if you do that particular deletion, then the new rendition will read participate in publish research in hydrology, drainage, sewerage. It doesn't tally. You see, participate in. Then if it comes to publish, he said, where is the carry out? Okay. So participate in carry out. I mean, what kind of sentence is that? So just read the new rendition and you come to a realization that the point that we are canvassing is really true. So yes.
If we actually want to do that particular amendment, it has to start, the new amendment has to start from carry out, publish, research in hydrology, drainage, sewage. In fact, that sewage has to be sewage now, coastal engineering, and in other related fields in cooperation with other relevant agencies. So it will now start with carry out. Yes. So you delete all up to carry until you get to carry out. I think that is the point Honorable Anyafo is making. Leader, you see why we shouldn't be running the way you want us to run. Mr. Speaker, so the new amendment to that particular clause starts with carry out, delete all up to end, and then start with carry out and publish research in hydrology, drainage, sewerage, coastal engineering, and in other related fields in cooperation with other relevant agencies.
So are you proposing that?
Yes, that's the new amended version. Because if you leave it at the what leader read, it would not read properly. So we are saying that delete all the way up to end, and then start the new rendition will start from carry out.
Kwame,
yes.
How different is this your rendition from the question, the one you put the question on?
No, the one you put the question on says that only says delete participate in local and international programs. So you can only delete participate in local and international, which means that you have to leave. How do you call it? All right, you have to leave a program.
It's the same.
It says against you.
Kwame is the same.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, he is right. He is right. Because there is training program and all that there. And we want, so Mr. Speaker, the deletion should continue all the way to training programs end. So, no, but it didn't get this. Yes, but there's programs. Yes. Yes, so that, Mr. Speaker, the new rendition shall read, carry out and publish research in hydrology, drainage, sewerage, coastal engineering, and in other related fields in cooperation with other relevant institutions. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, that is a new rendition. So you may now put the question again, sir. Yeah. The new rendition starts with carry out. Thank you.
You are taking me out of the scene.
Mr. Speaker, let's go to, it's L.
Yes.
Okay, what was advertised only had participate in local and international programs end. Mr. Speaker, are you with me?
Yes.
On the L, right. But if you go on, there was a training program that was missing. I think it was typo. And our colleagues have drawn our attention to that. So The training,
Training is missing.
yes, that's the point. The training was missing. So we are saying that everything be deleted. Because if the training did not appear in the amendment, in the proposed amendment. So we are adding them on that. And we are saying that the new rendition will start from carry. So now the new rendition for L would be carry out and publish research in hydrology. Then, Mr. Speaker, you continue. So, Mr. Speaker, may now put the question.
Yes. So all those in favor.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just a little bit of further amendment. Just deleting in the last but one line the word in. Because we already used the word in the first line. Carry out and publish research in hydrology, drainage, sewerage, coastal engineering, and other related fields in cooperation with other relevant institutions. You don't need an in there. Just that minor thing.
So, honourable members, all those in favor of the amendment, proposed amendment, say aye. All those against, say no. It's obvious the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now let's come to IX.
Mr. Speaker, I've already moved that amendment. Delete M. So
Yes.
I rely on the earlier motion.
Have to ask what is the rationale behind the deletion of the M entirely?
Right, Honourable Speaker. I believe this rendition is no longer necessary because what is sought to do has been described elsewhere. In fact, the last, even I talked about that. So there's no need to have that particular clause in the bill. Right. Because they said any relevant institution. Exactly. So it could be international or national. In any case, when we pass this law, it will automatically be part of one of the UNESCO organizations. So yes.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ranking Kwame Governor is not helping us when he refers to I relates to collating information. But, Mr. Speaker, this M is about collaboration. I think that it could stay, but the tautology there, when you say collaborate with relevant foreign and international, so one of it should go. But collaboration policy, those promoting the bill should tell us, this institution, will it have to collaborate with other international institutions or organizations? If yes, then we have to maintain it, but improve it. Not say foreign and international. What is foreign and what is international? You pick one of those words. But when you say it is in I don't see it in I. Even when you come to Q, L. Yeah, L is with training program. So it's still different. You see, you are talking about a collaborative function. If there are global floods, and the global flood is affecting Ghana, and you want one of the UN institutions that is responsible to relate to the Ghanaian counterpart of that institution, it is this function which will provide the opportunity for Ghana's hydrological authority to relate to them. So I'm not convinced about the justification for wanting to delete it. Unless, of course, you are saying that the Ghana Hydrological Authority shall have no relationship in dealing with other international bodies. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I think that because of what has been done in L, and the other preceding provisions, we could do away with M. I would want to suggest that in L, when we said we ended in cooperation, I was really going to suggest the deletion of cooperation and the insertion of collaboration. Whether it's cooperation or collaboration with other relevant institutions. And earlier on, we have really amplified what we mean by these when we said that the institution should be within the country or outside the country. So if you like, for L, at the end, we could just add with other relevant institutions within the country and outside the country. So that then will render the M superfluous, just for the avoidance of doubt, that the cooperation and collaboration with these institutions, both within the country and outside the country. And that then would not limit us to even the organizations mentioned, because the list there may not even be exhaustive. So, Mr. Speaker, I would rather that maybe we improve the L, by adding at the end within the country and outside the country, so that the M then would not be necessary.
So on that basis, it means we will have to do further amendment to L.
To L, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. May you propose the rendition for us? So that
just as has been said, carry out and publish research in hydrology, drainage, sewage, coastal engineering, and other related fields in cooperation with the relevant institutions within the country and outside the country. There's a language in I. I think you didn't really amend that one. And also, I think I saw it somewhere too, in the earlier provisions within the country and it's keyword, within the country and outside the country. So, Mr. Speaker, just adding that phrase at the end, within the country and outside the country.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, leader will still have to improve the rendition. The language within the country and outside the country is not drafted language. You make a law and say within the country and outside the country. What law is that? Within and outside. The law is to serve as in Ghana.
Yes.
So presumptive is presumed that it's a Ghanaian legislation. So to use a word within the country and outside the country, Mr. Speaker, we should find a better word to improve it, as he has said, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Hiafo.
Mr. Speaker,
Perfect.
if we talk about L, we have deleted participate in local and international training program, and we are now limiting the L to carry out and publish research in hydrology, drainage, sewerage, coastal engineering, and in other related fields in cooperation with other relevant institutions. So now, my understanding is that in carrying out the research work, they will have to do it in cooperation with those institutions. But the M is specifically saying the authority is to collaborate with relevant international organizations mandated by United Nations agencies, namely the World Meteorological Organization, the World Health Organization, the United Nations Environment Program, and the United Nations Educational and Scientific and Cultural Organization. Mr. Speaker, the M is specific.
mentioning institutions. So where you have a specific provision of the law dealing with specific provisions, you cannot delete that particular specific provision for the L, which is research based. So the L and then the M are two different things, for which reason the M should not be deleted. Because it's specifically dealing with the issue. If you delete it, the specific issue being dealt with in M, you are as well deleting that one. So I believe this should be one of the mandatory requirements that must not suffer because of the L. It's not only a collaboration in relation to research, but the L is cooperation in relation to research.
So it means for you,
the M should not be deleted.
M should not be deleted.
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Oferiko.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Perhaps if we avert our minds to paragraph Q, the rendition then may help us to appreciate why deleting M may be justified. It states that to ensure compliance with conventions, protocols, and other relevant standards and recommended practices on collection of water resources and water quality data issued by, and then these same agencies are mentioned. So perhaps because of that provision, M becomes leader. Okay. Yeah. So perhaps if so if we read Q well, maybe M is no longer needed.
Very well. Yes.
I think my good friend has made the point. If you read Q and G together,
Q well,
and G together,
there's no need.
M is not very necessary at all. So we can make progress. We can delete M and then make progress. I see the point is made, but Q and G has taken care of that completely.
Very well. So, honorable members. Oh, honorable here for. Let me hear you. Let me hear you, honorable. Come again. No, let's hear you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, even the Q is deleted, but it's dealing with standard and protocol. That is what Q is dealing with. So if you said you are deleting M because of Q, Mr. Speaker, the least said about it, the better. Because Q is dealing with standard and protocol. And even that, they are asking that it be deleted. So why do you delete M?
Mr. Speaker, okay.
Mr. Speaker, if you read M, the original, it provides collaborate with relevant foreign and international organizations. You must collaborate with them. To achieve what? What is the collaboration intended to achieve? It's just there. So that is why I thought that really, if one is saying that maybe because of the deletion of M, maybe we should bring back the original L and not delete, participate in local international training programs. If one is arguing that way, then no, you are saying that we should bring M, and I'm saying that it's superfluous. But if the argument is that because of what they may be required to do, by way of collaborating with the international organizations, and I've said to you that even providing this list may not be exhaustive. So perhaps we could say we could go back to the original L, which provides participate in local and international training programs and carry out and publish research in hydrology, drainage, sewage, coastal engineering, and other related fields in collaboration with other relevant institutions within and outside the country. Then that will take care of the M. Because the M really collaborate with them to achieve what? If we had, as you have said, in L, I would think that if we had a full complement of L, then it may not be necessary to bring N. The difficulty is the deletion that occurred in the first part of L. And then appreciating the import of M and its deletion now becomes a difficulty. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we may have to go back to L again. We may have to go back to L again and really capture what is in the original, participate in local and international training programs, and carry out and publish research in hydrology, drainage, sewerage, coastal engineering, and other related fields in cooperation. I don't know whether we should not use the word collaboration with other relevant institutions and organizations within and outside the country. I think then it will take care of them if we had it that way.
My reason for opposing the deletion of the M is due to the fact that page 4 of the memorandum accompanying the bill, the third paragraph, yes, page 4 of the memo, Roman 4, the third paragraph. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. The board is to provide governance for an oversight of the authority, ensure the implementation of rules, regulations, and procedures on the collection of data and information on surface water and underground laid down by the World Meteorological Organizations, World Health Organization, and the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization in accordance with the provisions of the bill. So these organizations are specifically mentioned in the memo, in the policy underpinning the bill, and the provision that relate to those organizations. You are asking us to delete it.
Mr. Speaker, Ghana is signatory to the United Nations conventions, including UNESCO. These are the organizations under which this entity, if we create it, would operate. You don't need to, in fact, they might create a new organization tomorrow. You know, West Africa or AU may create other ones tomorrow. Do we have to list this thing? Mr. Speaker, we have enough clauses here that would give the power to the new authority. Is anybody in the world as relevant as possible?
The Speaker.
Yes, leader.
The Speaker, what the honourable member for Akachi South have just said really buttresses the fact that the M should be deleted. Yes, because what you read on page 4 is captured under clause 5, and nobody's talking about deleting clause 5. So it makes the M superfluous, and that is why it's important to delete the 5. Is there? I guess so. Rather, it has rather incriminated you yourself. Thank you very much.
So, honourable members, the proposed amendment to delete M. All those in favour?
Mr. Speaker, even though I agree that the problem the Honourable Bernard are here for related to is resolved with reference to 5, clause 5 in page 6. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the distinct function of the authority, and the distinct function of the board is not the same. You want to clothe the authority with this function, not the board. The board is what Article 70 will constitute. Therefore, the problem cannot be resolved. You cannot take the function of the authority and say that you are satisfied that it has been reduced to a function of the board. That is inappropriate, Mr. Speaker. So we are saying that the general functions of the authority must necessarily include the function to collaborate. That is the argument. But to take it to 5 functions of the board, Mr. Speaker, your head notes must guide you well. Functions of the authority are distinct and separate from functions of the board. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the minority leader is taking us back. There are several bodies that we have established in this house, right? Now, what is the authority that we establish? The operating vehicle is the board. That's what you should appreciate. So, the two are not distinct, so to speak. The operating vehicle is the board. Right? Apart from the board, the other officers, the staff members, they are not strictly the authority. So that is what you appreciate.
So, honorable members, now I'll put the question to XI. Proposed amendment, paragraph M, delete. All those in favor of deleting paragraph M, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the proposed amendment is carried. Now we move to X. I'm just finishing clause 3. We move to X. Yes, leader and chairman. There's nothing. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, paragraph P, line 1, delete, participate in, and insert carry out. I so move, sir.
Yeah, honorable members, proposed amendment to paragraph P, line 1. We have to delete participate in and insert carry out. And the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. We move to XI. XI.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that paragraph Q, lines 3 to 6, delete water resources and water quality data issued by the World Meteorological Organization, World Health Organization, and the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, and insert hydrological data. I so move, sir.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment to paragraph Q, line 3 to line 6. Delete water resources and water quality data issued by the World Meteorological Organization, World Health Organization, and the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, and insect hydrological data.
Mr. Speaker, I'll just indulge the deputy leader that after conventions and treaties, so that Article 75 and its contemplation is taken care of. So you have conventions, treaties, and protocols. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable member, it's obvious the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now I put the entire clause 3. Yes, leader, there was this issue about amendment you proposed about surface water and storm water. And some of us were with the view that storm water is a technical word that when you were living for, I think you left with your deputy.
Mr. Speaker.
That's paragraph D, E, and F. There's this word storm water, and you propose that we make it surface water or run water.
Runoff.
Yes. But members believe that storm water is a technical word.
Mr. Speaker, I engaged the technical people this morning.
Come again?
I engaged the technical people at the ministry this morning. Mr. Speaker, what is stormwater? Stormwater is water, a downpour that is occasioned, if you like, by violent weather. And usually it occasions flash floods. Is it the case that with a normal downpour, we are not minded to collect the runoff? That certainly is not the case. So if we should leave the storm water, then maybe we have to provide adequate interpretation to it to include everything. That's all that I mean. Because runoff water includes storm water. That's what it is. But storm water may not include runoff. So we should make that distinction. But we can leave it and go and define it to capture the sense. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, yeah, it would be a good idea to define what stormwater is when we get to the interpretation, so that we can leave it this way and define it when we get to interpretation. We should leave the stormwater in there. Exactly.
In the sea defense, I learned you propose we should make it coastal defense.
Mr. Speaker, again, it's the same thing. We are not defending the sea. We are defending the coast against the ravages of the sea. So really, even though colloquially we talk about sea defense, the construction that goes on there is coastal defense. It's not sea defense. Coastal protection. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not sea defense. It's just colloquial. So, for the time being, you will leave it and they will do relevant consultation. And if you have, again, to define sea defense to mean whatever, we can do that.
Whilst we are away, let me draw your attention that because I know you raised this issue as well. Paragraph H, we deleted groundwater. We argued over it for a period, and then they deleted it. Exactly. So I was telling them we argued a lot. So maybe during the second consideration, we need to bring it back as well. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I don't know that that also happened in my absence. Mr. Speaker, groundwater is a concern for hydrological services, especially in construction. You are constructing a road. The water table is up there. You need to do some excavation, put boulders before maybe you add the aggregates and put laterites. If you like, cover it with that blanket that they do. So hydrological services, as far as groundwater is concerned, for construction purposes, is concerned. When you have to exploit water, that is the work of the Water Resources Commission. The two are different. The two are different. So it cannot be that hydrological services or now the authority cannot be concerned for purposes of construction with matters relating to underground water. But because we've dealt with it, maybe we'll come back later to deal with it.
Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, Majority Leader is acting as the chairman of the committee. So the proposed amendment is in his name. So if he now wants to abandon his proposed amendment, then he should tell the House that his proposed amendment is abandoned.
Yes. Yes. He has abandoned the proposal. Yes. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, if the agreement of the House, we can deal with it. Because it's just that little deletion.
This one.
Yeah. We can
Okay,
deal with
on that basis, then it means I'll have to put the question on VI again. Because, yes.
Okay.
If we have to reinstate it.
VI.
Or in other words, if we abandon then it means we have to. That is the groundwater. That is on H. The bill. H on the bill.
Yes, deleting and groundwater. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we don't have to delete groundwater. It has to be there.
You have to be there.
Yes.
Very well. So it means, honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, I get the understanding from leader that when we are done with 3, we can adjourn and continue tomorrow. Just 3. But Mr. Speaker, on H, myself and him lost out momentarily because of the petition. When you come to H and you hear establish, organize and manage hydrological stations, as much as possible we should avoid being verbose. What is established? Right. Organize and manage. We can only use one word, maybe manage, but you cannot say organize and manage. And this is an authority. So the word organize should be deleted from H. H. I'm uncomfortable with it. They will establish and manage hydrological stations. That should be it. But to add the word, yes, organize should be deleted. Thank you. But further to what leader was suggesting.
yes, leader and chairman, have you officially abandoned your amendment?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I have abandoned the amendment in the name of the chairman of the committee.
Very well. So I will now put the entire clause 3. Yes. So, honorable members, all those in favor of the various amendments in clause 3 say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The various amendment to clause 3 is hereby adopted. Leader, I think.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the minority leader proffered an amendment, further amendment to the H. In principle, I agree with what he said. That is, we delete the word organize. But in its place, rather should have administer. Administer and manage. Because the language of the Constitution is administration and management. So rather, it should read establish, administer, and manage.
You put a question. So, leader, Then also, what about your coastal protection?
Speaker, if you read, establish, administer, and manage hydrological stations for the collection of data and information on surface water and groundwater. On surface water and groundwater. Right.
So,
I repeat. To establish, administer, and manage hydrological stations for the collection of data and information on surface water and groundwater.
Leader, what about the coastal protection?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's a better rendition than the sea defense projects.
Very well.
It's coastal protection projects, not sea defense. Coastal protection projects.
So, table, please take note of D, E, and F. Coastal protection instead of sea defense. Leader, I think the soul is willing. You have to. So, honorable members, let me thank you. I think today we've gotten quite a number in actual bail process. So, we hope to continue tomorrow with an improved number. So, on that note, we will adjourn the House to tomorrow. You see, now you are becoming an endangered species. Once you rise up, yes, leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just to let colleagues know that when the Speaker signals for adjournment, the House does not rise. The Speaker must rise first before members rise. When the Speaker says the House is adjourned, then you see members rise up immediately, as if they want to hurry the Speaker out. The Speaker, the practice is that when the Speaker signals for adjournment, he or she presiding must rise, and the House then would rise with it. That is how it is, respectfully. But I know the minority that has no patience. So even before the Speaker signals for adjournment, he's already up.
The Speaker, that one true. I'm not as patient as he is. But I see, Mr. Speaker, even this morning, I sent your aide who was accompanying you, and he is my witness. Mr. Speaker, I went to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania Parliament with him. The authority and respect with which the Speaker enters and leaves the chamber, you must go and learn that experience, Mr. Speaker, so that when you are in charge, as you are in charge, you begin to practice it.
Well, honorable members, we are coming back tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Once again, I thank you very much, and the House stands adjourned.